Chapter 954. Why are there two mountains here? The butcher was shocked. That beautiful mountain should be Mount Jeong. Qingchen said in a deep voice, "The barren mountain next to it gives me a bad feeling. It seems to be a dead place in feng shui." Dead place? The middle-aged demon Taoist looked up and was shocked by the qi of death on the mountain. He took a few steps back and shouted in fear. The murderous aura is endless, and the qi of death is like a canopy. Not to mention the plants and living things on the mountain. Even the rocks and springs are dead. Even a gust of wind will suffocate the entire mountain. This is not a dead place. It is a forbidden place, a ghost place. I have been studying feng shui for 80 years, and I have never seen a place more ominous than this place. The middle-aged demon Taoist said regretfully, "It's a pity that I didn't bring my bronze armored corpse from the Warring States period. If I buried it on the mountain, it would most likely transform into a flying yiksha." When the old Taoist priest Qingchen heard that, he smiled coldly and said, "Flying yiksha! The left side of this place is a green dragon with its head chopped off. The right side is a white tiger with its head in its mouth. The front side is a vermilion bird with its blood, and the back side is a black tortoise with its body in its mouth. A mere flying yaksha wants to steal its murderous aura? Even if a drought demon came, he would be buried here. Even zombies can't be bred in such a place. Even the evil sects can't cultivate anything in this place. Evil creatures can't be bred here. Of course, if a creature is bred here, it will be a great calamity." Chan Ong took out a compass out of nowhere. He fiddled with it and said in a low voice, "We don't have to go to Mount Jeong. The feng shui here has been destroyed by this ominous mountain. The reincarnation spring must have been formed by the spiritual beauty of Mount Jeong. Now that the spiritual mountain is destroyed and the spiritual beauty has turned into a murderous aura, the spring water might have turned into something else. Based on my experience, such an ominous aura must be accompanied by a ferocious creature. According to the mountain and sea scripture, there are many ferocious beasts, such as the victory encounter, the dead bug, the yong, and all the other ferocious beasts in the world. Many of them were born after the spirit mountains were destroyed. Who knows what kind of ferocious beasts the reincarnation spring water gave birth to? Such a natural ferocious beast, formed from the spiritual beauty of a mountain, born from the resentment of the spiritual mountain. The moment it was born, it already had the mana of a celestial. This Mount Jeong imitates the Daughter River. It is at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, where the qi of the earth is concentrated, inheriting the ancestral veins of Kunlun. It's a rare breed in the world. Once it breeds a ferocious beast, I'm afraid it will be extraordinary. Why is there suddenly an ominous mountain here?" Someone said doubtfully, "This mountain is so conspicuous. How could the womenfolk not know about it? We should have heard of it long ago when we came here. Unless the womenfolk themselves don't know." The old Taoist added, "Ever since those weird things happened, the fallen embryo spring is filled with baleful energy due to the heavy killing. The womenfolk don't dare to come here anymore. This mountain was covered in clouds and mist. If one did not look closely, one would not be able to discover it. If this mountain suddenly appeared after those things happened, the people of the womenfolk wouldn't know about it. There seems to be someone in front." Someone with sharp eyes noticed that there was a vague figure looking at the ominous mountain on Mount Jeong, not far away. At this moment, a gust of wind blew over and parted the clouds between the two mountains, exposing the figure clearly in front of everyone's eyes. "It's the Bull Demon King." The old Taoist took in a breath of cold air. No matter how much he planned and tried to escape, he did not expect to bump into the strongest person in the ancient times, the person who was known as the great sage among the demons. Moreover, it was the Bull Demon King who was already the second strongest among the demons. At this moment, the old Taoist couldn't help but suspect if the time travel of them was also a huge conspiracy that spanned across countless years. The Bull Demon King did not have time to care about the ants in his eyes. He stared at the ominous mountain beside Mount Jeong. If one were to look far away, one could clearly see the huge mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles. It was like a rock that fell into the dust. The rock raised its head and cried loudly. The stagnant mountain range seemed to be its unresigned struggle before its death. It was angry, it was sad, it wanted to flap its wings and fly to the 9 heavens again. The bull demon king was stunned. Third brother! This was the corpse of the rock demon king. Guhua! Guhua! On Mount Jiang behind them, there was a cry that sounded like a baby crying. Monk Hui Shan, the old Taoist Qingqin, the middle-aged demon Taoist, and the butcher-like strong man changed their expressions. The old keeper had already escaped towards the western mother kingdom. In the blink of an eye, a strange bird with a body as round as a basket, 10 rings, 9 necks, and 8 heads flew out from the direction of the broken hole in Mount Jiang. It stretched its neck and cried loudly. Fresh blood dripped down from its severed neck and landed on the ground. Within 10 miles, all the plants and trees were turned into ashes. Each of its heads had 2 wings, and the 18 wings flew out rapidly. The strange bird's cry was unusually piercing. In the ears of the crowd of travelers, it actually made them drowsy, dizzy, and weak. With just its cry, it could make 99% of the travelers unable to fight back. It's actually the Guhua bird. Qingqin Zi said in fear, "How many children were killed by the fallen embryo spring in the broken hole?" Their resentment was usually suppressed by Mount Spirited. Now that Mount Spirited has turned ferocious, not only can it not suppress the resentment, but it is also using the resentment to metamorphose. The ferocious nature of the mountain has turned into a ferocious aura. It is a natural ferocious beast that will bring disaster to the land. This bird is the punishment given by this land of Mount Spirited to those who went to the River of Daughters to seek for children but were unwilling to give birth. They aborted their children. In the future, when the people of Daughters give birth within 100 days, the Guhua bird will take its child. This is a ferocious beast like Xianglu, Wujiqi, and the 9-headed, snake-headed beast. Only the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of ancient times, and even Yao Shanyutang, were able to get rid of it. In comparison, Chen Ang's words were more succinct. "We're no match for it, run." As he spoke, the keeper, who was the fastest to escape, suddenly hugged his stomach and cried out in pain. He fell to the ground, and in front of everyone's horrified eyes, his stomach visibly expanded. The keeper clutched his stomach and laughed bitterly. "I've been running for my whole life, but now that I'm old, I still can't escape. No matter how fast I run, I can't outrun fate." Qingqin Zi had already made his way to his side. He lifted the keeper up and fished out a medicinal pill from his robes. He was about to feed it to the keeper. Unexpectedly, the keeper pushed his hand away and sighed. "It's useless. Don't worry about me, go. There is a ghost fetus in my stomach. For thousands of years, there have been countless babies from the western mother kingdom in Mount Jiang. Before these babies were born, they were killed by their own mothers. Their resentment was so deep that it moved the heavens and the earth. That's why the Guhua bird was born. The Guhua bird, which was formed from the spiritual energy of Mount Jiang, is different from the other ghost birds. It is the accumulation of billions of ghost fetus resentment. That's why it can give birth. When people feel its aura, the ghost fetus will be sent into its stomach. There is no way to resist it. When the ghost fetus enters its stomach, it wants to vent its resentment. In a while, it will come out from under my ribs. It will take my blood and soul and become another Guhua bird. The Guhua bird of Mount Jiang can also be called the Guhua ghost mother. Originally, after they satisfied the source of their resentment, they should be able to complete their wish and reincarnate. However, this place has changed, and it has become like the Wu Jiu ghost tribe, preventing them from reincarnating. Now that I am carrying it, I can feel the ignorance and resentment in its heart. As the keeper spoke, he sat down and sighed. I would like to use my loving heart to influence it, to help it understand the selflessness and purity of a parent's love. I would like to make up for its regret and sorrow, to dissolve its grievances and resentment. Brother Qing Qinzi, when a man is about to die, his words are kind. Can you promise me one thing? Qing Qinzi heard this and was shocked by the keeper's pure kindness. He supported him and said, "Please speak, Brother Qing Qinzi. Please use your kindness and love to influence these ghost fetus. Do not kill them without asking the reason." The keeper gasped for breath, unable to speak. His stomach was as big as a bucket, so thin that it was almost transparent. One could see the ghost fetus opening its eyes in confusion, looking at its mother. The keeper stroked his belly, his face filled with benevolence. Using the last of his strength, he said, "Brother Taoist, please find a way to reincarnate these ghost fetus. Reincarnation is the greatest mercy. Now that my life is hanging by a thread, I understand Her Majesty Huta's boundless love. I can feel that wherever my soul goes, the netherworld has disappeared. The souls of all living beings have no place to go. How sad and pitiful. Brother Taoist, please go to Huta's temple and pray for her mercy. I ask her to reincarnate, so that the souls of all living beings may have a home to return to." With the last of his strength, the keeper screamed in agony. Qing Qin touched the keeper's waist. His clothes were soaked with blood. Qing Qin pulled the keeper's shirt back and saw a gaping wound on the left side of the keeper's ribs. The ghost baby was peeking its head out cautiously and cautiously. Although the ghost infant had almost killed the keeper, a baby's soul was still weak. It was only because of Gugu's ghost mother that it had this ability. Now it was just a weak little ghost. The old Taoist Qingqin could kill it with a single palm strike. As he watched the keeper's flesh and soul wither and wither away, Qingqin's anger grew. He summoned the 5 thunders in his palms and prepared to unleash a bolt of palm lightning to destroy the evil child. But the keeper's grip on his right hand tightened. When he saw that the ghost infant's eyes were pure and without any impurities, he let go. Qingqin cried, fellow Taoist, I've lost another fellow Taoist today." The keeper was sucked dry by the ghost fetus in front of him, leaving behind only a piece of human skin. The ghost fetus squeaked twice, but when it saw Qingqin sitting there, it didn't react. It put on the human skin and transformed into a strange bird with colorful feathers and 2 heads. It cried, "Xiahua, Xiahua," and flew off into the distance. Qingqin looked up. He understood that his fellow Taoist's wish had finally come true. Chapter 955. Anhua, Anhua. The 8-headed bird in the sky was still letting out a long cry, but the nearby transmigrators' faces had changed. Some of them had seen the keeper's blood being sucked dry, and the ghostly infant he'd given birth to was draped in his skin as it flew away. There were a few who had been too panicked to notice, but they knew that this was not a beast to be trifled with. The transmigrators wished they had 2 more legs and desperately wanted to escape from here. But following the strange cries, another 2 or 3 transmigrators clutched their stomachs in midair, screaming as they fell. The rest of them looked even worse. They still did not know how those people fell for it, and they did not even know why it was them. It was as if Aunt Hua had randomly picked a few people from among them. This unknown terror was especially terrifying. Every chirp of the Aunt Hua in the sky was like a note of death for the transmigrators. The bull demon king looked at the 8-headed bird in the sky quietly. The broken neck was dripping with fresh blood. The bull demon king summoned a drop of blood and caught it with his fingers. The part of the skin that came into contact with the Aunt Hua's blood was instantly charred. Such a strong drought spirit! The bull demon king said solemnly, "I heard that something big happened in the netherworld, and many of the 10 Yanluo halls died. I thought it was just a rumor, but now that 3rd brother died here, he destroyed the spiritual energy of Mount Jiang and gave birth to such a ferocious beast. Could it be that the era of the ancient 3 emperors the era of the demons and demons, is going to appear again? Although he was talking about the era of demons and demons, there was no joy on the Bull Demon King's face. Instead, he was solemn. This was because he knew that in the primitive era described in the classic of Mountains and Seas, the demons and demons that dominated the world would not treat him as one of their own. In fact, when the world was first created, the heavenly spirits and earthly evils had yet to disperse, and the situation of the mountains and rivers had yet to be settled. In addition to the influence of the heavenly tribulation, the mystical mountains and rivers often gave birth to strange beasts. The mystical mountains and rivers gave birth to mystical beasts, while the barren hills and unruly rivers gave birth to ferocious beasts. When the world was first created, the three realms of Qian and Kuin were barren, and most of them were ferocious beasts. These strange beasts were born from strange and impure qi, and most of them were ignorant and had no spiritual intelligence. Yet every one of them had amazing supernatural powers. Later generations regarded them as demons, but even those ferocious mutated beasts would kill each other, let alone the living beings that were nurtured after birth. The Bull Demon King was very clear that those demons would not talk about kindred spirits with him. In their eyes, he was just food. Fortunately, after the creation of the world, a large number of those ferocious beasts killed each other. Then the immortals from the celestial mountain of the celestial court came out to subdue the demons. A small number of spiritual beasts were either taken as mounts or cultivated on their own and became itinerant immortals. The remaining few, especially powerful ferocious beasts, could be fierce until the enlightenment period of the human race. Then they were hunted down by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Many ancient gods of the heavenly courts had once been born from the human race. They killed ferocious beasts in various tribes and displayed their martial arts, making some achievements. The unbounded bird in the sky noticed the Bull Demon King below. It chirped proudly. The Bull Demon King could vaguely feel that it was absorbing a shred of his aura. He seemed to have thought of something, and his face paled. He hurriedly held his breath and concealed it, cutting off the strange power that was absorbing his aura. The unbounded bird was a little surprised. It was the first time that someone could break through its technique. The strange 8-headed bird hurriedly flapped its 18 wings. Its wings were on its neck, close to its back. The arrangement of its body was very unscientific. Hence, once it became flustered, the 18 wings would fight with each other and even break. But that was when the 8 heads of the unbounded bird each had its own position. Now that the 8 heads of the unbounded bird were united, it became very agile. It flew over the head of the Bull Demon King. The blood that dripped from the severed head became even redder. Some of the travelers were unlucky enough to be stained by the blood. In an instant, they died miserably and turned into a scorched flame ghost. Qing Chen hurriedly said, "Be careful, the drought poison in the demon blood is very strong. Those who are poisoned are incurable. Save me." A traveler at the side held his stomach and stretched out his hand to shout at Qing Chen Zi. But Qing Chen Zi could do nothing. He could only watch as the ghost infant in his stomach devoured his flesh and blood. The ghost infant put on human skin and turned into a strange bird. "Unbounded bird! Unbounded bird!" He shouted and flew away. Qing Chen Zi wanted to use the thunder technique to kill the unbounded bird that the ghost infant had turned into, but his expression was conflicted. In the end, he had no choice but to let it go. He let out a long sigh. It was as if he had aged 10 years. Chun Ong stood not far away, on top of the mountain formed from the Rock Demon King's corpse. He looked at them quietly. On his shoulder stood a strange 2-headed bird. It was the ghost infant that had turned into the summer bird with the keeper's human skin draped over it. Chin Ong gently stroked its feathers. When he saw the summer bird looking at him obediently, he smiled and said, "This is also your good fortune. Go. Don't let down the trace of kindness he left for you." As he said this, he sent the summer bird on his shoulder forward. He watched it spread its wings and fly towards the group of ghost infants that had turned into unbounded birds. The summer bird flew back to Mount Jiang and called out to Qing Chen Zi. Qing Chen Zi looked as if he had just woken up from a dream. The unbounded bird was a ghost bird, a ferocious beast. But because of the keeper's kindness, the summer bird that was born was a spiritual beast. It nimbly flew toward the Yuhuo birds and used its claws to lightly scratch the back of the Yuhuo birds. It quickly tore open the human skin and dug out the ghost babies inside. It held them in its mouth. The ghost babies were like naughty children who had met their elder brothers. They could only cry like real babies and could not fight back. The summer bird grabbed a few ghost infants and flew towards the western mother kingdom. With a few flaps of its wings, it flew into the city of Shiliang. The old woman who had escorted the transmigrators up the mountain looked in the direction of Mount Jiang in fear. She too had heard the unbounded bird's voice. No matter who it was in the western mother kingdom, as long as a woman had gone to the spring of childbirth to undergo childbirth, they would feel a sense of impending doom upon hearing the unbounded bird's voice. The old woman carefully peeked out from the crack of the door. She heard a clear and melodious cry. She looked towards the direction of the sound and saw a beautiful two-headed bird perched on the roof of her house. When the strange bird looked at her, she felt something was wrong. That familiar feeling, she remembered it very clearly. She cried out, "Io! I'm over 60 years old. Why do I feel like I'm pregnant?" She touched her lower abdomen. Although it was nothing out of the ordinary, she could clearly feel that there was a little life inside. The old woman heard the voice of an old man coming from one of the white heads of the strange two-headed bird. "This is a debt you owe, and now it's time to pay it back. The unbounded bird will not disturb the child you are pregnant with. It will even help you to protect this place. If you treat this child well, they will chase away the ghosts that come near you. If you mistreat him or kill him, the unbounded bird will find you." Before the old woman could react, the strange two-headed bird soared into the sky again and went somewhere else to deliver its child. The bull demon king was in a sorry state on Mount Jiang. He wanted to subdue the vicious bird, but when he got close to the unbounded ghost mother, he was brushed by the divine light that shot out from its eyes. He immediately felt his back door tighten, and something was rolling in his abdomen. He quickly shouted, "I'm going the wrong way. I'm going the wrong way. That place is not the door of childbirth. Don't go there." Then he touched his lower body. Oh my God, even his hemorrhoids were broken. What a strong bull demon king. He immediately tightened his abdomen and lifted his anus, forcing the thing back into his body. He then exerted his strength and squeezed there. There was a cry of a baby coming from his abdomen, and the baby died inside, turning into a pile of cow dung. The bull demon king flew into a rage out of humiliation. The unbounded ghost mother also went crazy when she heard the crying of the ghost babies. The unbounded ghost mother used her sharp claws to scratch the bull demon king's face. The surrounding unbounded birds that were transformed from ghost babies rushed up to help. The bull demon king waved his iron rod so hard that no water could get through. He hit wherever he pointed. If the unbounded birds did not risk their lives to save her, the unbounded ghost mother would have been killed by the bull demon king. The bull demon king tore 2 or 3 unbounded birds apart and roared, killing the rest of them. Seeing that all her children had died, the unbounded ghost mother's eyes turned red. She let out a high-pitched cry. The sound was like a cuckoo crying blood. It flew towards the mountain where the rock demon king died. The blood that dripped from the decapitated head dyed the mountain red and seeped into it. Qing Qinzi was still looking at the direction where the summer bird flew. His face was filled with a sense of loss, sorrow, and joy. When he heard the cry, he was immediately awakened. He turned around and asked the middle-aged demon, "Priest Yang, do you still remember that in the Western Mother Kingdom, be it the mountain gods or the land, birds or beasts, men or women, Once they die, they will turn into ferocious ghosts due to the fact that their souls have no one to rely on and the peculiar law that shrouds this place like an endless hell. The demon Taoist nodded his head in confusion. Indeed. Qing Chen Zi seemed to be asking and muttering to himself. In that case, the rock demon king also died here. The demon Taoist was stunned for a moment, looking at the direction where the unbounded ghost mother flew towards. He suddenly shivered and screamed, "Everyone run! There's an even scarier guy." Just as he was screaming in fear, a long cry that pierced through the clouds and cracked the rocks came from the rock demon king's corpse. It tore through the vast sky. The rock mountain range that spanned 8,000 miles suddenly split open. A phoenix that covered the sky flew out from it. The phoenix had 9 heads. When it flapped its wings, it created a huge monsoon that shrouded the Nanjing section state. It was ferocious. It could devour the people of an entire continent in one gulp. Wherever it went, the aura of calamity surged and immortals fell into the clouds. It was inauspicious and was called the Ghost Chariot. It was auspicious. It had 5 colors and was called the Phoenix. It sang and danced on its own, bringing peace to the world. It was called the 9 Phoenix and incited Chu Feng. Qing Chenzi was flabbergasted and said with a trembling voice, "In the great wilderness, there's a mountain called the North Pole Tianhuan. It has 9 heads and a human with a bird's body. It is called the 9 Phoenix. The clouds cover the sky and the stars vanish. Raising one's hand towards the sky is like smearing paint. In the darkness of the sky, there's an object whose form can't be seen but whose voice can be heard. At first, it's sad and desolate, sometimes high and sometimes low. At first, it's like a jade maiden playing a jade flute. The pipes are uneven. Then it squeaks and squeaks like rolling and twitching. It's also like 100 Jiangzhou chariot turning its axle with a sickening sound. On the Brocade River at night, a flock of geese startled the reed flower continent. Its name is the Ghost Chariot. It carries 100 ghosts in the sky at night. This is a god. If it's ferocious, it's the Ghost Chariot. If it's auspicious, it's the 9 Phoenix divine bird. Then is it ferocious or auspicious? The middle-aged demon Taoist hurriedly asked. Chapter 956. The Ghost Chariot, ferocious bird in the sky, let out a cry that shocked the 3 realms. After announcing its birth, it circled in the sky. Its 2 wings were like clouds that covered half of the Kunlun Mountains. The women of the Western Mother Empire looked at the huge wings that covered half of the sky in horror. The remaining mountain deities trembled in fear, feeling indescribable terror. The Bull Demon King was also shocked by the scene of the Ghost Chariot's birth. He held the iron rod and looked at the 9-headed phoenix in the sky. The eyes of the bull and the bird met. The Bull Demon King asked hesitantly, "Third brother, did you come back to life?" The eyes of the 9-headed phoenix were emotionless. Its eyes were indifferent to all living beings. There was no recognition of its own kind. The murderous intent in its eyes was obvious. The Bull Demon King sighed deeply and took out the iron rod. He took a step forward and stepped into the void. The 2 horns pierced through the sky like the mountains of Kunlun that had been polished by the wind for hundreds of millions of years. The white horns were like the snowy peaks in the sky, piercing into the firmament. A huge white bull raised its head and kicked its hooves, charging towards the Ghost Chariot. Mount Jiang was like an inconspicuous little mound. The mountains only reached the white bull's waist. The white bull's hooves, which were as big as a mountain, broke through the mountains. When it stepped down, the small hills nearby collapsed. The earth shook and yellow clouds rolled out. Countless valleys were torn in the mountains. Between the 2 behemoths, the group of transmigrators were like inconspicuous dust. They could only sit and watch the 2 behemoths fight, which was like the collapse of the mountains and the crack of the earth. The huge claws of the Ghost Chariot were like 4 huge mountains that shot out from the sky. They grabbed onto the horns of the white bull. It was like 2 indestructible mountains had collided. Just a slight aftershock was enough to blast a transmigrator who was trying his best to dodge into a cloud of blood mist. To the living beings within 1,000 miles, it was like the end of the world. Qing Qinzi saw it clearly from the side. The battle between the Bull Demon King and the Nine-Headed Phoenix was too shocking. It was almost like the end of the world. If Qing Qinzi was to use an image he was familiar with, it was like the Kunlun Mountains and the Himalayas fighting. The era when the ancient gods and devils were still in the world was really beyond his imagination. He could not believe that such a scene of destruction was caused by two creatures. At this moment, Qing Qinzi finally understood. What is a god fiend? This is a god and demon. The terror of the Bull Demon King was far beyond anyone's imagination. Qing Qinzi had once flown over Mount Everest on a flying sword in his previous life. The main peak of Mount Everest was already a lofty existence that was far beyond his imagination. When a white bull that was as large as the main peak of Mount Everest and had a power that far exceeded Mount Everest, a white bull that was as lofty as a mountain range appeared in front of him, just like that. That kind of feeling was really hard to describe in words. Needless to say, there was also a colossus that was not inferior to it. Every move was colliding and killing. In his life, those that were stronger than these two ferocious beasts were only the Monkey King. The battle between the Monkey King and the golden body of Buddha could be compared. Although in terms of power level, mana, and divine arts, the battle between the Monkey King and the Buddha was far superior, but in terms of power level and scene, it might not be as intense as this one. After all, that battle involved the mystery of time and space. It was far beyond the scope of their understanding. When Qing Qinzi saw the aftermath of the two powers starting to affect the place he was at, his face instantly turned pale. The middle-aged demon Taoist revealed his true form. It was a goat with 4 horns. He used his horns to touch the soil and rocks under his feet. A yellow light rose from his horns and separated the soil and rocks, allowing him to escape underground. Qing Qinzi did not care about his demeanor. He did not even care about the sage-like beard that he always cherished on his face. He hurriedly shouted, "Taoist Yang, bring me along!" However, the middle-aged demon Taoist did not care about him. The yellow light from his horns flashed, and he escaped far into the depths of 1,000 miles underground. Qing Qinzi scolded loudly, "Son of a B***th! Damn you! You can leave, but I won't be able to do anything to you. I thought you were a goat. I didn't expect you to be a son of a B***th. You're actually a descendant of the Earth Dragon. Very fierce. Very fierce. Can't you even bring me along?" Before he could finish his words, he saw the 4 hooves of the white bull shaking. The blood from its battle with the 9-headed phoenix had already dyed the ground. The bull's temper had already risen, and its eyes were red. When the Bull Demon King's hooves stomped on the ground, there was an almost endless power. The 4 bull legs that were like pillars that supported the sky transmitted endless power into the ground, borrowing strength from it. In this way, the middle-aged demon Taoist who escaped underground was in big trouble. That middle-aged demon Taoist was only a goat with the bloodline of the Earth Dragon, not to mention a bastard with a weak bloodline like him. Even a genuine ferocious beast Earth Dragon would be severely injured when faced with the Bull Demon King's hooves. What more a dabbler like Taoist Yang? Qing Qinzi immediately saw a wisp of blood floating up from the depths of the ground. The middle-aged demon Taoist who escaped underground had probably even turned into dust and mixed into the soil. The surrounding mountains had all sunk by nearly 100 meters. The rock layers underground had all melted and changed from the pressure, forming a large area of marble and granite, especially the rocks under the 4 hooves of the Bull Demon King. If these transmigrators could remember the geographical situation nearby, they could go there to dig for treasures when they returned to the future. The rocks nearby had probably been compressed into treasures of heaven and earth, turning into the sun-green stone. Similar to the primordial stone, they were the best materials to refine earth elemental treasures. They were most suitable to refine elemental treasures like the primordial stone and the heaven-flipping seal. At that moment, not to mention the transmigrators, even the Guhua demon mother was fleeing outside. This place had already been turned upside down. If she stayed any longer, even an ancient ferocious beast like the Guhua bird would be in danger. Anyway, Guhua evil mother could fly, so she could escape much better than those transmigrators. She risked her life and escaped from the territory of the Queen Mother of the West before the Bull Demon King went crazy. Just as she heaved a sigh of relief, she heard someone whispering in front of her. "Kidney, what do you think of that big bird? It has 8 heads. This time, it won't be like the one before, hitting its head against the rocks and dying together with us, right? And it can change its mount. If it changes its head every day, it can last for a week." Somehow, Guhua evil mother suddenly shivered. She looked around with her 8 heads and easily found the direction of the voice. He saw a furry and ugly creature standing together with a bloody thing in the shape of a cashew nut. They were judging it from the side. For some reason, the innate mystique of the unshow bird couldn't work on them. It was as if the two of them weren't even considered complete living beings. Moreover, the two things seemed to be able to subdue her. Guhua evil mother suddenly swallowed the two things when they were not paying attention. The two things were shocked. Seeing the ghost bird swallowing them, they were not shocked. Instead, they were happy. The thing in the shape of a kidney said happily, "Finally, there is a creature that does not despise us. Instead, it takes the initiative to invite us." Chapter 9, 57. Takera, do you know? The old king of Wakanda whispered to his son, "Humans originated in Africa, and the people living on this land are the oldest remnants of the human species. Only we know some of the oldest secrets about humans. Wakanda is the preserver of human history. About 10 million years ago, the leaders of the 5 tribes of Wakanda discovered the mystical meteorite that came from outer space. They built the first human tribal alliance at the place where the meteorite landed, but this is a lie. That meteorite was originally a conspiracy. It was not a blessing, but a curse. It was part of the body of the creator of our ancestors, the 4 most terrifying knights under the command of the creator, War. That meteorite was meant to destroy our ancient civilization from the beginning. It fell from the sky and completely destroyed our ancestors, a civilization of the ancient apes with superpowers. The radiation of vibranium caused our genes to begin to degenerate. It caused our intelligence to begin to disappear and did not completely destroy the civilization of primitive humans. We have forgotten too much about what happened back then. Our ancestors, under the leadership of a leader called Caesar, had to make some sacrifices in order to preserve the fire of civilization. We reached an agreement with the Creator. He allowed us to live, and we, the remaining tribes of the ancient civilization, had to live under the supervision of his subordinates. That was war. The old king looked into the distance. In the towering sacred mountain, vibranium shone with a magical blue light. Caesar compromised with the Creator. The power and terror of the Creator was beyond anyone's imagination. Caesar knew that he had to compromise. From then on, Wakanda was not allowed to have any contact with the outside world. We could understand the world, but we could not allow the world to know us. Wakanda was the Garden of Eden, and it was also the cage that the Creator set for us. But there were also some ancient apes who worshipped the terrifying Creator and compromised with him. The Creator allowed them to eat the kingdom of wisdom. At that time, a tribe, under the leadership of their leaders, Adam and Eve, walked out of Africa. At the edge of the Red Sea, they saw the Son of the Creator and were subjected to the apocalypse. From then on, Adam and Eve's tribe forgot everything about the ancient civilization and reproduced into modern humans. Wakanda is what we call ourselves, but in the mouths of those traitors, this place is called the Garden of Eden. Vibranium was a part of the fruit of wisdom. To be precise, it was 1/5. The fruit of wisdom that humans ate consisted of 5 parts, including war, famine, plague, and death, as well as the most mysterious fate. Together, they shaped the post-human civilization. An entire world was built according to their blueprints. They shaped the civilization, and the descendants of Adam and Eve were blessed by the Creator. They once had the 5 powers bestowed by the Creator. About the war of matter, the famine of life, the plague of soul, and the death of the ultimate answer to all questions. Under the mysterious apocalypse of fate, they established an ancient civilization that was 100 times more brilliant than Wakanda in the Two Rivers Basin, Babylon. But they were too proud and arrogant. They finally discovered the mark left by the Creator in their genes, so they wanted to rebel against the Creator and gain freedom from his hands. They built an existence known as the Tower of Babel, which finally angered the Son of God. The Son of God gave them a predetermined fate. A great flood came from the sky, and the Tower of Babel was destroyed. Tekera, you must remember, the majesty of the Creator is not to be offended. In an era even older than this planet, before we arrived on this planet, humans did not use this term to address us. At that time, we were still a group of apes. We were the second generation of humans created by the Creator. The previous generation of humans was ended by him himself. The remaining ancient humans came to this planet with us. In the center of the Pacific Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean, they created 2 floating continents, Atlantis and Mu Continent. They were called Atlantis and Lemuria. Later, the 2 continents sank to the bottom of the sea during an ancient war. For thousands of years, we have been watching our compatriots on this continent suffer and be bullied. This is not because we are indifferent, but because we are powerless. We are just a group of prisoners imprisoned by the Creator, relying on the remnants of the ancient civilization to survive with difficulty. Humans originated from this continent, but they looked down on their compatriots who were on this continent. Even those who knew the history and knew the inside story looked down on us. In the eyes of the Creator's lackeys in Vatican, we are just a group of human materials that have not finished evolving. There was even a period of time when they refused to acknowledge us as humans, because the people on this continent have never eaten the fruit of wisdom. They contemptuously said that this was just the material that the Creator used to create humans. They even believed that Black people were born with low intelligence and that their evolution was incomplete because we did not experience the apocalypse when Adam and Eve walked out of Africa. Now, they are repeating the history of rebelling against the Creator. Tekera, don't get involved with them. They are fated to fail because humans are things created by war, plague, famine, death, and fate. The old king cupped the face of the indescribable T'Challa, who was shocked by his words, and said to him, "Forgive me, child. This is not an illusion caused by you eating the heart-shaped herb. In fact, that herb only stimulated the potential in our bodies, the power that was suppressed by the vibranium, and recovered the ability of our ancestors when they were created by the Creator. Some words can only be told when you take the herb, when the X gene in your body starts to activate, when your brain becomes temporarily active, and when your psychic abilities are stimulated. This is the secret that the Wakanda royal family has guarded for thousands of years about the origin and destiny of humans. My child, the Creator has returned to this world. As early as when the people outside started their so-called Second World War, my father, the previous Black Panther, discovered that the vibranium began to become active, displaying a series of new characteristics, and the suppression on us began to loosen. We told the people of Wakanda that this was the result of Wakanda's exchange with the outside world and the technological explosion. But in reality, we clearly knew that the vibranium itself was changing, and it was not so active before. But we dared not tell the people that the vibranium in the sacred mountain that they trusted and relied on, the foundation of Wakanda's founding, was alive. That would only lead to unnecessary fear. So when the Black Panther visited the Ndapaya tribe, the Ebola tribe, and other ancient tribes formed by the remnants of ancient civilizations, he discovered that the knights guarding them were also becoming abnormally active. The Stairway of the Sun, the plague progenitor's primitive virus, and the voodoo cult's symbol of death the voodoo doll. These facts all show that our cruel and terrifying creator is about to return. And now he has returned. The old king said fearfully, "T'Challa, my child, I should not have left all this to you. But fate has arranged my script, and it is time for me to end it. You must lead our country, lead your people, to live." Father, T'Challa could finally speak when he saw his father's shadow fading away. He choked and said, "I'd rather die than let my people continue to live in prison." "Child, don't speak nonsense. For a race, the worst outcome is still better than death." The old king patted T'Challa's cheek lightly, and his figure gradually faded away. T'Challa wanted to grab him in fear, but he only touched the red soil that covered his body. He raised his body and looked around anxiously. High Priest Zu stepped forward and grabbed his hand, asking, "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" "I saw my father." T'Challa only came back to his senses after a while. He looked up and said, "Leave us for a moment. I have something to ask the High Priest." Zu sat beside him gently and asked kindly, "What do you want to ask me, my king?" "Zu, do you know the earlier history of our tribe?" T'Challa looked up and asked. Chapter 958. Father. Thor bowed to the blind Odin on the throne. The Midgardians refused to release Loki. They believe that Loki has committed crimes against humanity against their planet's civilization and will be imprisoned in the deep-sea prison indefinitely. Sigh. Odin sighed. Then, don't mention the diplomatic note again. That's the punishment he deserves. Thor, you've done enough for him. Now let's talk about the 3 Midgard people who walked out of the atrium. The Shanders have protested the Soviets' extermination of species on other planets several times. They're warning them not to use high-energy lasers to burn glass on planets. And the Kree people, they're demanding an explanation for Luo Nan's disappearance on Earth. Explanation. The old Odin raised his hammer angrily. Since when did the Kree people demand an explanation from Asgard? Do they need an explanation for disappearing on Earth? Isn't that how it should be? Arriving on Earth in the Milky Way galaxy or even the most dangerous place in the universe. To lose track of one's whereabouts is such a normal thing. Someone actually wants an explanation from us. He may have been taken away by the dangerous newborn humans on Earth to be an experimental specimen. He may have died from the murder of the endless supercriminals here. He may have died from the ancient civilization on Earth. He may have died from war, famine, plague, death. He may even have been killed by us Asgardians. Is there any reason for disappearing on Earth? Thanos lost the Infinity Stone here. Did he let us off the hook? If Hela was here, I would have smashed his head and made him explain to me what an explanation is. Father, please calm down. Thor worriedly stepped forward to support the old Odin, holding his old hand. Odin let out a long sigh. Thor, I'm old. My hand can't seem to hold Gungnadin anymore. But we're in an unprecedented crisis. I can't stop worrying about you, especially you, Thor. You're always so arrogant and proud. You think of yourself as a god. But you must know that the Creator did not create us as gods. We originated from the same group of monkeys as the giants, dwarves, elves, and humans of the 9 worlds. The entire Milky Way galaxy was born from the seeds of the Creator sown by Apocalypse, which gave birth to so many life forms and civilizations. For this, Apocalypse led the 4 great knights to destroy the Titan civilization and wipe out the mechanical bug race amalgamation. Thanos personally destroyed the civilization he was born in, and only then was he able to struggle at death's door. Even now, High Celestial Venerate is holed up on planet Sokka, and the collectors are running all over the world. Half of the Celestial team has died, so the Celestial team has no one to teach them. The civilization of the previous generation was destroyed, and the new seeds that grew on the ruins, such as the Kree star and the Xander star, had no idea what kind of dark era the universe had experienced. It was a time of war, pestilence, famine, and death ravaged the universe. Apocalypse conquered half of the universe for the Creator. These natives who are born and raised in the Milky Way have long been unable to see the flames of war between the 5 universe gods and the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, tens of millions of galaxies away. Do you think the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse you saw are powerful enough? That's just an insignificant part of them, and they're keeping quiet for some unknown reason. You missed the war when Asgard was born. You must know that we weren't born as gods. We only became gods after conquering the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse and leaving. You missed the war when Asgard was born. You must know that we weren't born as gods. We only became gods after conquering the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse and redeveloping the Milky Way civilization. At that time, your eldest sister, Hela, was always by my side. At that time, we saw many war ruins from the previous era and peeked at a corner of that terrible war. Many Titan corpses, as large as planets, were suspended in the void of space. The star gods who were born with the stars were killed and abandoned. The plague on their corpses revived the star souls, and new angels walked out of the corpses of the old gods. The celestial gods trembled in fear, afraid that the 4 horsemen's eyes would return to them. At that time, the Asgardians caught up with the best of times. The Milky Way was still trembling in the shadow of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. The old civilization had been destroyed, and the new civilization was still in its infancy. We seized the best opportunity and leaped to the position we have today. We became gods, but you must remember, Thor. We weren't born as gods, but we used terror, blood, and power to make the Milky Way recognize our position. Odin, who had spoken for a long time, was a little breathless and tired as he waited for Thor to answer. Thor, however, was interested in a name that appeared frequently. Father, I rarely hear you mention that I have a sister. Hela. Odin reflexively mentioned the name. When you were young, I thought that Asgard needed peace. That's why I didn't want to mention her to you. Thor, at that time, I could see that you didn't lack courage, but you lacked the responsibility of a king. So in order to prevent you from becoming more manic and out of control, I rarely mentioned her. But now it's time for me to tell you these things. Hela was once my right-hand woman. Like Loki, she was an adopted child, but I didn't care about these things. She was tenacious and persistent, ruthless and ruthless. She was a very successful war goddess. Her reputation in Asgard soared with victory after victory. Just after we conquered most of the Milky Way, something happened to her. Finally, I understood that it was time to stop this out-of-control chariot of Asgard. Otherwise, our race will only end up being destroyed. What happened? Thor asked, not understanding. Odin said sadly, she found the remains of a battlefield located on Saturn's moon, Titan. At that time, the 9 planets of the solar system were a mysterious place. It was hard for us to imagine why there were so many alien ruins gathered on these 9 planets, allowing our race from the 9 planets to develop rapidly. We Asgardians were born on Mars, and before we discovered the world tree system that included the 9 planets, we settled there. The 9 great nations originally referred to the 9 planets. Later, we discovered the war Skynet at the center of the sun, discovered the mother of famine hidden on the moon, and discovered the ruins of civilizations on various planets. From the documents in the ruins, we realized that the solar system was not a native galaxy, but an experimental field created to imitate the home of an otherworldly civilization. That was the human race, or rather, the ancient human race. The current Soviet Union, the European Community, China, Atlantis, Lemurians, and the astral civilization at the center of the Milky Way are all child civilizations of that civilization. An unimaginable disaster occurred in the otherworldly universe. In the disaster, the Creator was born from the ancient human civilization. He created the original 4 horsemen, and he left behind the guardians of civilization, Apocalypse. Apocalypse brought the newly sprouted 4 horsemen to this universe. They fought everywhere, destroyed countless civilizations, and at the same time grew into a very terrifying existence. Following the will of the Creator, they built the solar system and used the home planets of the enemies they defeated as the 9 planets around the solar system. Apocalypse and the 4 horsemen left. To conquer the wider universe and parallel universes, they left an insignificant part of themselves here, waiting for the arrival of the Creator. They also monitored the civilization in this huge laboratory as an experimental subject. So the Kree people came, they built a civilization on the moon, trying to get the approval of Apocalypse. The Skrulls came, the Shes came, the Eternals came, and they all left their ruins here. In addition, there was also the Titans who were born in Thanos. Their home planet was destroyed by the war Skynet, and the wreckage became the moon of Jupiter. This is what the Milky Way and the 9 worlds call the Apocalypse. In essence, it was just the 4 horsemen of Apocalypse left behind an operating mechanism to correct the experimental data. When a civilization is determined to be worthless, they will make a move, bringing destruction, destroying or driving those civilizations to other places for periodic tests. Gila found the ruins on Titan where the 4 horsemen of Apocalypse destroyed the Titans. It even included the traces left behind by the entanglement of the Death Knights and the Goddess of Death. As for what happened, I'm afraid only the dead Thanos knows. Gila was bewitched by the power of the Death Knights and the Goddess of Death. She tried to pursue that power that did not belong to her, and even wanted to drag Asgard into the war between those two. Of course, I would not allow her to have such a stupid idea, so I had to make a move to correct her crazy behavior. I imprisoned her in the darkness and reflected on her heart that was tempted by the power of death. But Gila has disappointed me time and time again. Not only did she not wake up, but she became more and more obsessed with that great power. She even called herself the Goddess of Death. Odin said disappointedly, "Since then, I began to reflect on myself. Did I lead the Asgardians on a path of destruction? Did too many victories make us lose our way? If we continue to do this, will the mechanism left behind by the Apocalypse judge us to be worthless? Will it lead to destruction?" So I decided to change the way the Asgardians cook. Instead of conquering and destroying other civilizations, I will become a god and rule the universe in another way. We were lucky. The giants, dwarves, and elves were all obsessed with conquest and expanding their strength. As a result, they attracted the test of the Apocalypse. Their civilization was severely damaged because of this, and the Vanir gods, who were once named after us, were even on the verge of destruction. During that period of time, I watched helplessly as the races that were in no way inferior to us, the glorious civilizations that had worked together with us for a period of time to create the ether particles and the ice magic box, fell into decline. At that time, I knew that we would face the end of the world one day. The test of the Apocalypse would not be too far away from us. So I paid the price of an eye to pray for a way out for our civilization. But hope is not something that can be begged for. It only exists in pain. My child, I cannot guide you on how to survive this period of disaster. I will grow old, and you will be crowned king. Chapter 959. Star-Lord. A priestess whose entire body was gilded and shining with a golden luster was sitting on the throne with a disgusted look on her face, as if breathing the same air as him was an insult to her. The priestess suppressed her disgust and disgust in a rather perfunctory manner. She frowned and said loudly, "We hired you because we have a mission for you. Of course, the reward is generous. I don't think Supreme needs me. After all, I'm just a native from Earth." Star-Lord couldn't help but complain. "I'm short-sighted and ignorant. I've never heard that the glass of a border planet was burned by those Russians from Earth, nor have I heard that your fleet was defeated in the battle with the Revolutionary Alliance. Of course, the vacuum implosion bomb that was delivered to your home planet by the Void has nothing to do with me. The sky is clear, the space is quiet, and the life of the people of Supreme Star is quiet and peaceful. I don't think there's anything I can do here." Star-Lord shrugged. How dare you? The priestess Aisha immediately became furious, and the priests next to her had to step forward and persuade her. Please calm down, High Priestess. Those earthlings didn't mean to offend you. This isn't an intentional offense. They are insulting our Supreme Star, Aisha said. Star-Lord couldn't help but interrupt. Yes, I am insulting your Supreme Star. If this is an insult, then for you, unless I kneel down, put your feet on my head, and then say, I obey God's will. Otherwise, it is an insult to you. The way you treat the people from other planets is simply trampling on them. You said that this is respecting your racial traditions because you are used to being superior. So now, please respect the racial traditions of an Earthling. That's how we talk there. If you don't agree, you can drive us away. I'm going to expel you now, Aisha shouted. Then you lose me, an Earthling, as your envoy, and you go to see those Russians in person. I can already foresee the scene where you meet. Your envoy can hold his head high and go to see Ivanovich of the Third River System Fleet, and then the grumpy general will say, What are you looking at? Then your envoy will arrogantly say, What's wrong with looking at you? In the end, both sides can continue this conflict. Believe me, the Russians never care about a truce. They are always on the battlefield, or on the way to the battlefield. Not to mention that they are ready to go to war with the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse at any time. I think it is very likely that Yuri wants to practice on a few alien races before the official war. I heard that the Republic of Republic, another member of the Human Revolutionary Alliance, has already collected the relevant data from the dimensional space monsters in your star field. They have already broken through the blockade around your home planet. The vacuum implosion last time was a warning. You should be thankful that the Republic is the one with the best space technology in the APC. If the Russians had the right to fire, I would have seen a wreckage instead of your planet Sovelin. When I passed by in my spaceship just now, I saw that your satellite seemed to have lost nearly half of its body. It seems that the detonation point of the vacuum implosion bomb was very close to you. Why isn't your ultimate planetary defense system working? Oh, Star-Lord pretended to be enlightened and said, It turns out that the final defense system has been broken by them. Now your Supreme Star is like being pressed to the ground by the Aborigines from our Earth, and you can only scream from time to time to make the blood of the Russians who are pressing you. Shut up, Aisha screamed. Don't think that we don't know that the 3 universal civilizations of the Human Revolutionary Alliance have nothing to do with the Aborigines of the Earth. They came from the ancient civilization of the Creator, and you are just a group of monkeys they used to do experiments. Then please be fair when you speak. We are the same group of monkeys, Star-Lord said coldly. I think when you Supreme Star can observe genes, your face will look very good when you see that symbol. Made by Skynet, you must be investigated. No wonder you are so obsessed with genetic perfection and have developed extremely advanced genetic modulation and modification technology. But don't forget, compared to us, you are just a group of monkeys who have taken off the collar of your master. You even lost the right to go to the solar system because of this. And even if you take off the label in the program left behind by the apocalypse, you are still a group of experimental animals. As soon as these words fell, not only did Aisha almost go crazy with anger, but even the Supreme Star next to her also had a bad expression on his face. He looked at Star-Lord and the others with a murderous look in his eyes. Rocket was also shocked by the piercing murderous intent shooting at them from all around. He quietly pulled Star-Lord's sleeve and whispered, You often tell me to clean my mouth, but you are even more annoying than me. Don't forget, we are still in their territory. Star-Lord whispered, Their attitude is too annoying. Don't worry, they need me now. Don't look at this group of civilians who are still so arrogant, but in fact they have been beaten by the Soviets and are only a step away from full surrender. As long as the civilians still want to surrender with dignity, they must rely on me. You know, I am the only Earth mercenary outside the entire solar system. If they dare to approach the solar system, not to mention the Asgardians, The 9-star defense system will not let them go. Any race in the universe without a dog tag is not allowed to approach the solar system. The dog tag that Star-Lord mentioned naturally refers to the mark on the human gene. Star-Lord's judgment was not too wrong. Although the Supreme Star's High Priest Aisha was mad with anger, she just turned her head and left, and did not do anything irrational. Although the Supreme Star who was replaced by Star-Lord still had a hard tone, he was at least relatively equal. Of course, in the Supreme Star's logic, this is already considered humbling. After exchanging the most critical opinion, the price, Raccoon Rocket was already counting money from ear to ear. He laughed and said, "These golden barbarians are really rich. This money is enough for us to have fun for a while. I want to buy a private planet for fun." Recently, the Soviets have been burning glass crazily in the galaxy, and the price of planets has dropped a lot. They are building an interstellar route. They want to build 4 large wormholes in the Silver Heart, the first, second, and third arms to get rid of their dependence on their allies' space technology. Although their wormholes are stupid and black, at least they have solved the problem of hyperspace movement. Soon, the Russian fleet will be able to achieve a daytime zone in the entire galaxy. No wonder they are in conflict with so many alien civilizations. Raccoon said happily, "It has brought us a lot of business. Hurrah! Long live the Soviets! Land requisition and forced demolition." Star-Lord laughed and said, "The gap between different races in the universe is too heavy. Originally, they had compensation measures, but the time that the IRGC has been in the galaxy is too short, and there are few diplomatic relations with other civilizations. So it is a bit difficult to communicate. Those Russians work hard. No wonder there are conflicts everywhere." Drax whispered, "Star-Lord, your home planet is really developed. Since Luo Nan, that damn guy, entered your planet by mistake and disappeared, now everyone knows that Terrastar is the legendary graveyard of civilization, the origin of the apocalypse, the galactic forbidden zone, Earth. I wanted to kill Luo Nan with my own hands, but unfortunately, Kamala, Thanos has been looking for Earth. In the long history of the galaxy, he has been stuck in that galaxy, and he is afraid of something in it. But I know that he will eventually do it. Star-Lord, your home planet will not have a few days of peace." "We all know." Star-Lord shrugged indifferently and said, "It has never been peaceful." At this time, the Supreme Star who had just discussed the price with them came back with an ugly expression on his face. He said to Star-Lord, "Someone contacted us. He wants to talk to you." "Who is he?" Star-Lord asked doubtfully. "Igo, a person who is very famous among some people. He is an interstellar explorer, and he is very old. He has a friendship with many elders of the universe." "Why did he come to me?" Star-Lord was puzzled. "I don't seem to know him," he said. The Supreme Star showed a happy look on his face. "He is your father." "He is my father." Star-Lord spread out his hands and said, "Is this a joke?" The Supreme Star did not answer, but continued to explain, "Your father has a private planet that is on the orbit of the interstellar route that the Soviets want to build. We met at the Alliance against the Soviets' violent demolition. He has been very upset that the Soviets want to demolish his planet. The Soviets gave him a 3-month deadline, and when it expires, they will vaporize his small planet with a gamma-ray burst. Your father has always wanted to fight for the treatment of planet relocation. But the Soviets claimed that his planet's size does not meet the regulations and it belongs to an asteroid. Unless he has proof of an interstellar protected animal breeding area or a primitive civilization reserve, there is no relocation treatment. He is now in a fierce fight with the Soviet fleet, and he is the leader of our violent resistance against the Soviets' violent demolition alliance. I guess he came to you this time because the Soviets used gamma-ray bursts and neutrino wave weapons to destroy 6 galaxies some time ago. And by the way, they destroyed a certain civilization of the Resistance Party. He wants to reach a dialogue with the Revolutionary Alliance through you." That Supreme Star said in a gloating tone. "My mother said he was a Spartoi. Star-Lord was surprised. I thought I would be an alien prince, or something. An interstellar mercenary with a private planet? Rocket said angrily, "You can also call yourself an alien prince." "That's just an asteroid," Star-Lord shouted. "You can also buy one." "Oh my God, didn't you notice? That's an asteroid that is about to be demolished." Rocket exaggeratedly said, "When the compensation for the demolition arrives, you will be a real alien prince. I have seen the compensation standard, and you can buy a real planet. If it is an asteroid with life, maybe I can compensate you with a life planet without intelligent life. Get rich from demolition. Brother, let's talk about this later. We haven't figured out the situation yet." Star-Lord signaled. Chapter 960. There is only darkness before my eyes. Odin's voice was low. He sat on the throne, his head bowed in the shadows, staring at the ruins of Asgard where the embers were slowly burning. He was facing a hideous and terrible black wolf. The wolf's mane fluttered in the wind, and its pupils glowed with a ghostly blue luster. Divine blood flowed down Odin's right hand onto the lance of eternity and dripped from the tip of the lance onto the throne. Where is hope? Where will it end? Odin looked back at his beloved Asgard. The shadow of the black dragon covered the 9 worlds. Thor and Loki led the Asgardians to fight desperately in the ruins. Twisted, hideous insects pounced on them from all directions. The black dragon was clad in iron armor. Lava dripped from the gaps in the armor, igniting all of Asgard. The continent burned in the midst of death. Blood-red magma flowed everywhere. Wherever the shadow of the black dragon spread, countless indescribable existences reached out from the darkness and dragged the Asgardians into the darkness. Odin was too weak to lift the lance of eternity. He laughed bitterly. The demon wolf suddenly pounced on him and bit his throat. Gungnir slipped out of his hand powerlessly. Thor, who was in the distance, wailed in grief when he saw this scene. He ignored the countless hideous monsters rushing at him and rushed towards his father. Loki had no choice but to use all his strength to block the attacks coming from all directions for him. Thor picked up Gungnir and threw a fatal blow at the black demon wolf. On the lance of eternity, Odin's blood flowed through a series of runes, activating the runes. The runes glowed with a ghostly blue luster. The runes, Gungnir's power, locked onto the only solution to the collapse of the cloud of probabilities in the future. In an impossible way, it passed through the barrier of time and space, bypassed the chaos algorithm represented by the demon wolf itself, and pierced through the countless possibilities of the demon wolf in the timeline at the same time. Gungnir pierced through the heart of the monster. At this time, Asgard's dusk cast its last ray of light on Odin. The blind old man had long since lost his breath on the throne. Thor roared at the shadow of the demonic dragon in the sky. "Ancient snake! Asgard may be destroyed, but it will never bow. The gods may usher in their dusk, but you are also destined to be buried with us." The demonic dragon smiled. "Is that so? You think too highly of yourselves. Don't add to the drama." At this time, the earth of Asgard began to undulate, and the whole continent trembled violently. All matter seemed to have the breath of life. The earth and the shadow of the demonic dragon merged together, turning into a giant python that encompassed all the matter of Asgard. Thor held the lance of eternity and threw it at the demonic dragon. The entire palace of Asgard had turned into the head of the serpent, and it opened its deep mouth to swallow Thor. Loki's eyes was filled with rage, but he was overwhelmed by countless insects that surged like a tide. He could only watch helplessly as the demonic dragon's figure twisted into a man and grabbed the spear. Thor held the Stormhammer in one hand and grasped at the man's figure with the other. He wanted to hammer the head of the python that swallowed him, but the hammerhead, which was comparable to a neutron star, merged into the python's body. Thor was stunned and with a regretful and angry roar, he was swallowed into the mouth of the dust python and fell into the endless abyss. Loki shouted at the place where Thor had fallen. Thor! Loki shouted at the place where Thor fell. Thor! But he had no strength to lift his sword. More and more monsters came from all directions. In the end, he was pushed down on the scales of the earthly serpent. The last thing he saw was the king of the flame giants, Surt, kneeling in front of the black dragon. The kingdom of elves and dwarves was also swallowed by the earthly serpent. The 9 worlds fell into endless darkness at the same time. The black dragon flapped its wings and rose. Outside the solar system, Pluto was the first to collapse, followed by Neptune, Uranus, Saturn, and Jupiter. Outside the solar system, a fleet made of crystal and steel with a mysterious geometric shape was fighting against a twisted sea of insects. The void energy and psionic energy arrays were confined to the thermal area radiators of the warships, forming the core of the prism. The professor sat in the command cabin of the fleet's flagship. His powerful psionic ability connected the psionic fields of all the astrals together. The void radiator, controlled by the Archon of Light and the Archon of Darkness, first unfolded the radiators. The mechanical arms slowly opened like petals, and the complex array of energy beams and phase crystals guided the prism core to gather the energy into a destructive beam that shone on the sea of insects in front of them. The other 2 focusing arrays also entered a state of alignment, and finally, the 3 separated beams gathered together. A few seconds later, the energy intensity of the radiation multiplied exponentially, and thousands of dazzling beams intertwined into a sea of light energy. Where they focused, everything turned into ashes. The dense sea of insects evaporated in large swathes in the intertwining beams. However, those Zergs did not die. Instead, they transformed into another form that was even more twisted and crazy, more deviating from life. The quantum waves of the countless dead Zergs continued to expand, entangling with each other, forming even more complicated quantum movements and entangled state phenomena. The professor's body began to turn blue. He levitated from the wheelchair, and his eyes were a deep blue. He stared at the entangled quantum cycle of countless insects in front of him, forming a dark, chaotic, huge, amorphous mass. In the dark void of the universe, it was as if an invisible giant drum was being beaten, and a flute that only produced a nauseating, monotonous tone was being played. The boring, monotonous, and ear-piercing sound blended into the background sounds of the universe. In the battlefield of the universe, the astrals were still fighting against the ever-evolving and various insectoid biological warships. But in the deeper background of the universe, the professor and Azathos were entangled in a higher dimension, a twisted and extremely crazy quantum cycle formed by countless crazy and impoverished insectoid thoughts. Azathos was able to make many astral warships fall into madness with a muttering that he constantly radiated. Biochemical substances rapidly proliferated from the bodies of the astrals, covering the elegant warships made of crystal and metal, turning them into the twisted, flesh-colored biological warships of the insectoids. On the high-dimensional battlefield, the 2 launched a data entanglement and information attack calculated using Planck time. Outside the Earth, there were countless complex spatial structures that distorted the space about the size of a Milky Way galaxy to form a huge spatial bubble system that enveloped the Earth 1,000 kilometers away from the ground. The matter of about 100,000 galaxies was extracted from the distant Milky Way galaxy and injected into the spatial bubble defense system. At every moment, there were energy reflections on the scale of a Milky Way galaxy. Millions of dimensional warriors of the Republic patrolled this strange, artificial, cosmic spatial structure and defense system. Yang-Chi looked at the planets that were beginning to deform not far away from the solar system. At the bottom of the low-dimensional space observed by the Republic, where the dark matter and dark space were, there was a completely distorted spatial structure. Countless distorted spatial bubbles in a form that the Republic could not understand formed a strange existence. In that space, matter still existed in the form of matter for a second, and in the next second, it was distorted into a completely indescribable state. Those distorted monsters are data calculated by the apocalypse using the chaos algorithm. In terms of information, it is special from the general cosmic information background. This may be another kind of mathematical information that the apocalypse observed when it traveled and studied in certain universes. This kind of mathematical information is completely different from the mathematical system that we are exposed to. Its biggest characteristic is that it has no characteristics or laws. Mathematics is made up of characteristics and laws, so information science is also made up of laws. Discovering and summarizing laws is the foundation of the existence of science. According to the grand unification theory, the reason why the universe appears like this is the effect of the laws and order of information. It is impossible for them to have no laws. This completely chaotic and distorted information state can be called chaos. There must be a core law and science hidden in it. However, this law completely violates our current scientific system. It may only be meaningful in a higher dimension. This chaotic system that we are temporarily unable to understand is called the chaos algorithm. What we are facing is the space application of the chaos algorithm known as Yog-Sothoth. It is infecting the space bubble defense system that we have constructed. Currently, almost half of the space bubble in the Milky Way has been infected. If we are unable to crack the chaos algorithm within 3 days, then the space defense system will be completely ineffective. All the weapon systems that we have constructed, the space system, and the space that we live in will become a part of Yog-Sothoth. By then, even without the apocalypse's intervention, our civilization will already be destroyed. On Earth, countless twisted tentacles covered in mucus were being bombarded by the Soviets. A fog of chaos shrouded Earth. Humans were slowly disappearing in the middle, and the existence of information was decreasing. Adolf waved his hands. The 40 million comrades of the Nazis will die together. The nameless fog, an existence that we know nothing about. Stark said in a low voice, "On Earth, information and data about humans are disappearing on a large scale. I don't know how many people have perished on the information level, nor do I know how much information about their family, colleagues, and friends people have forgotten. Right now, I still remember the names of 9 people and the relevant information of about 50 people. I am trying my best to preserve this information. Otherwise, Mr. President, we will forget all of the people of America, and we will be forgotten. In the end, this civilization will cease to exist. In every sense, it will cease to exist. Our future depends on the past, and the past depends on information. If we forget each other, if everything about us disappears on the information level, then, Mr. President, our past will cease to exist. Not to mention the future, right? Mr. President, what is your name again?" Stark was puzzled. "Bush? Yen and yen." "Okay, President Kennedy. I got it. Asterisk and %yen hashtag." "President Washington. You don't have to keep mentioning it. I understand what you mean. Wait, who was I on the phone with?" Stark turned around and shouted, "Friday, get the records and tell me who I am talking to." I can't hear his response anymore. "Hello? Hello? There is no signal." Chapter 961. Dark clouds covered the sky as they approached. Outside of Spirited Mountain, flags formed clouds and war drums thundered. Millions of celestial soldiers and generals surrounded the Tempest Temple. Below the martial flags, there were dozens of heaven's suppressing marshals, each holding a mace and a mace. Below them, there were dozens of golden-armored celestial men, each holding a halberd, a whip, a saber, and a sword. There were the sun god, the night wandering god, the solar emperor, the lunar primordial lord, the sun god, the time god, the 108 constellations, the 4 great heavenly masters, the 28 constellations, the 9 luminary star officers, the 3 great emperors, the martial virtue star lord, the 4 saints of the North Pole, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing, Jinja Muza, The great god of the three seas, Neza, the left assistant and right assistant, the spirit, Officer Wang, the Wenchang emperor, and the various war gods. There were about 4,000 to 5,000 of them. More than half of the heavenly court's resources were used to suppress the heavens' equal demon emperor. The great heavenly venerable Jade Emperor appointed the pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li Jing's general as the commander to lead the army. Although he was appointed by the Jade Emperor, there were many emperors in the army. Li Jing did not dare to act on his own. He saw the Monkey King sitting alone on the roof of the great strength hall of the great Thunderclap Temple, commanding the army to set up a formation and surround it. He did not dare to go up and capture it. Instead, he summoned the generals to the commander's residence to discuss the key points of subduing the demon. Generals, that demon monkey is incomparably arrogant. When it saw our army coming to capture it, it didn't flee in panic. Instead, it summoned its army and set up a battle formation to deal with us. Instead, he looked on coldly from the sidelines as if nothing had happened. I'm worried that he's sly and deceitful, so I invite everyone to discuss it. As soon as Li Jing finished speaking, 3 gods of the sea stepped forward and said, "Father, are you worried that the monkey will ambush us? Let me be the vanguard and test the waters. Father will observe from the side. If the enemy situation is slightly chaotic, you can mobilize the army and seize the opportunity to destroy them in one fell swoop. Even if there is an ambush, I only brought 1 or 2 people with me. It will be easy and convenient for me to retreat. If that demon monkey comes chasing after me, I will feign defeat and leave. Father will set up an ambush and trap it in one fell swoop." Li Jing stroked his beard and pondered. Neza's words were the righteous path of the military. However, he was cautious and still could not make up his mind. The Sun Monarch on the left stepped out and said, "The Monkey King is nothing to worry about, but I'm afraid that his master, the immeasurable heavenly venerable, will interfere. The magical power of the immeasurable deity is astonishing and cannot be underestimated. This person can change the heavens and change the sun. In the past, when he raised the 2 suns, I had once fought with him to obstruct him, yet my source was easily broken through by him. He is extremely terrifying. If this person has any schemes, we have to be on guard." The first heavenly officer, Great Emperor on the right, also said, "The immeasurable heavenly lord has allowed the monkey to wreak havoc in the world in the dark. There must be a world-shaking conspiracy. If this thief is not eliminated, he will definitely be a threat to the heavenly courts. Now, we will first eliminate the demon monkeys that he controls. This person will definitely cause trouble in the dark. In the past, when he commanded the monkeys to attack the Celestial River, he once released a golden ship magic treasure. It's extremely troublesome. Today, we, the 3 primes and 3 officials, are here to guard against this treasure. When the demon monkey releases the treasure, we will set up the 3 primes formation to lock this treasure in place. You can take the opportunity to kill them." This time, when the 2 suns rose, the solar sovereign was the most heavily injured, so his desire for revenge was also the fiercest. He knew that he was no match for the mastermind, the immeasurable heavenly lord, so it might not be a bad idea to vent his anger on his disciple. The solar sovereign was originally the head of the 11 luminaries and was ruled by Ziwei. After the Jade Emperor ascended the throne, in order to suppress the Ziwei star deity and elevate the solar sovereign status, he was also conferred the title of sovereign. He ruled the 9 luminaries together with the Taiyin primordial lord. Now, the 5 Qi deities, the eastern star deity of wood deity, the southern star deity of bewilderment, the western star deity of gold deity, the northern star deity of water deity, and the central star deity of earth deity, had all submitted to the Jade Emperor. Only the 4 remnant stars, Ro, Ketu, Zichi, and Yutan, still listened to Ziwei's orders. Therefore, under the secret instructions of the solar sovereign, the 9 luminaries' star deity had to be ruthless. Originally, the star deity lineage often swayed between Emperor Ziwei and the Jade Emperor. They were slippery and did not put in much effort. Now they had no choice but to show their true abilities because of the solar sovereign. After Li Jing discussed with the other emperors, he sent Neza as the vanguard and the 9 luminary star lord as the middle army to test the Monkey King. As long as the Monkey King showed a slight decline, the entire army would suppress him and succeed in one fell swoop. After Neza received the order, he brought 5,000 troops and went down to challenge him. Monkey King, you demonic monkey have rebelled against the heavenly courts and called yourself the Demon Emperor. You insulted Buddha first and occupied the treasure temple of the spiritual mountain to gather the demon kings. Then you raised the 2 suns in the sky and caused a disaster. The North Star Palace has moved, and Mount Tai has tilted to the east. You claim to be a virtuous person and dare to covet the throne. You are heinous. Today, I am here to subdue you under the Jade Emperor's decree. Quickly remove your attire and submit to the heavens, lest the animals on the mountain be killed. If you say no, I'll turn you into dust instantly. Neza flicked his hand, and a red ribbon rolled in the sea of clouds like a dragon. Under the dusk, the remaining light of the 2 suns in the sky shone on the golden glass roof of the great Lane Temple, reflecting a dark gold. The red ribbon in the sky fluttered and dyed the sky dark red. The dim red light and the golden light intertwined, making the entire Lane Temple look like a golden temple in a blazing fire. The Monkey King sat on the top of the great Lane Temple and looked up at Neza, who was glaring at him. He suddenly laughed impudently and said, "Where did this brat come from?" Instead of drinking milk in front of his mother, he came to find trouble with me. Go away, go away. I don't bully people who are still wet behind the ears. Shameless boasting. Neza said angrily, "The demonic monkey is rebellious and dares to be rude. Eat my spear." He stepped on the golden wheels barefoot. The golden wheels were like 2 blazing suns, burning with golden flames, supporting Neza's 6-foot-tall body. Neza kicked with his right leg, and a golden flame shot towards the Monkey King's head. As the 2 wheels rotated, the sound of wind and fire raged. The Monkey King narrowed his eyes and looked straight at the wind-fire divine wheels. In the eyes of the immortals and gods, the wind-fire wheels were the supreme treasures of the immortals. They were accompanied by the wind and fire chi, the connate wind and fire. The fire moved with the wind, and the wind aided the fire, causing the golden flames of the golden wheels to only have the power of the true fire of the sun. However, in the eyes of the Monkey King, the pair of wind-fire wheels were on the same principle as the sun in the sky. In an ordinary galaxy, the core temperature of the sun was about 20 million Kelvin, and a star with a higher mass could reach 9 billion Kelvin. In the 3 realms, because the Grand Pure One had changed the universe constant during the creation of the 3 realms, the core temperature of the sun was as high as 10 billion Kelvin. In the wind-fire wheels, the connate wind and fire chi was nothing more than imitating the movement of matter at the beginning of the universe's creation, when the dimensions were unfolded and the primordial world was created. At that time, the existence and movement of matter formed a relatively high-energy state. It was something that the stability of the universe could not achieve. It was called connate matter and connate vitality. The wind-fire wheels imitated the special environment of the 3 realms when the universe was created. With the rapid rotation of the 2 wheels, the connate high-energy matter in the wheels reached a stable state. The basic principle was to simulate the special environment of the creation of the world through high-speed movement. It was just like how the black hole in the galaxy retained a portion of the environment of the Big Bang. Therefore, the extreme temperature of the wind-fire wheels could be close to the extreme temperature of the 3 realms. This temperature was known as the Planck temperature in the Earth's universe. It was about 1.416,833,85 times 10 to the 32 Kelvin. According to Monkey King's calculations, the extreme temperature of the 3 realms, which was also the limit allowed by the connate Great Tao of Fire, was about 3 million times that value. However, the environment that the wind-fire wheels provided to the connate high-energy matter was far lower than the upper limit when the Grand Pure One created the world. It could only reach the lower limit when the world was created every yuanhui. After the Monkey King's quantum essence soul calculated the mathematical model and related formulas for the connate wind-fire wheels to rotate and stabilize, the wheel that tore through the sky no longer had any secrets in front of him. Under the bright gazes of the immortals and gods, Monkey King only opened his hands and grabbed forward. He faced the wind-fire wheels that were spinning tens of billions of times in an instant and grabbed them in his hands. The wind-fire wheels struggled, but Monkey King only used a little force, and cracks appeared on the golden flame wheels. With another force, the golden wheel broke into two and was casually thrown by Monkey King under his feet. He smiled cheekily and pointed at Neza. "Little brat, is this something that your family uses to play with children? Don't identify it everywhere. Otherwise, your father will spank you later." Chapter 962. The two of them had yet to fight, but pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li had already revealed a hint of worry. How could the immortals not be shocked? The immortals hurriedly comforted. Even if that monkey has mystical abilities, he might not be a match for the third prince's 3 heads and 8 arms, many Dharma treasures, and 72 transformations. Li Jing sighed and said, "That demon monkey's mystical abilities are not limited to that. In the past, he entered the Heavenly River and defeated the East Mountain Prefect. How can his mystical abilities be limited to today? However, I heard that his Dharma powers are improving day by day. I'm afraid he is no longer comparable to the past." The Sun Emperor smiled and said, "Heavenly King, don't panic. I've already ordered the 9 Brilliant Star Lord to control the array from the side. If that demon monkey is ferocious and difficult to control, let them swarm him. How many hands does that demon monkey have? How can he withstand the siege?" Only then did Li Jing put down his guard and watch the battle attentively. After Neza lost a wind-fire wheel, his expression became even more solemn. However, he had already treated the great emperor's equal, who had made a name for himself today, as a great enemy that he had never had in his life. He shook his body, and the red scarf rolled. The sea of clouds churned, and 2 heads suddenly grew from both sides of Neza's neck. He faced 3 directions and waved his hand, turning it into 8 arms. One of his hands held the red scarf and swept up the wind and clouds in the sky. In an instant, the world changed colors and the universe moved. The clouds, stopped by the millions of heavenly soldiers in the surroundings, seemed to be tumbling. The clouds under the feet of the immortals and gods who were watching from the side became unstable. The 28 lunar mansions swayed left and right and lost their footing. The huge and strict, inescapable net array was actually stirred to the point where the corners of the array were unstable. The power of the red heavenly sash had the power to overturn rivers and seas. With Neza as the center, a huge hurricane that could overturn Ling Shandel was forming. When the immortals watching the array saw Neza getting serious and the power of the heavenly silk of chaos stirring the world, they all revealed looks of joy. The Sun Emperor hurriedly said, "Where are the Wind Goddess and Rain Master? Where are the 4 Sea Dragon Kings? Cloud-pushing child Bawu Langjun, activate your divine power and lend a hand to the 3 altars of the sea." The God of Thunder's avatar had been killed by the Monkey King in the past, and his true vitality had yet to recover. However, seeing that the Monkey King was surrounded by the army, how could he still hold himself back? He was the first to stand out, holding a zither in his left hand and a hammer in his right, striking the heavenly drum. The heavenly thunder rumbled as Electra Lady raised the golden mirror in her hand. In an instant, lightning danced wildly, and silver snakes wreaked havoc. The 36 thunder gods of the Thunder Division exerted their strength in unison. Countless silver flood dragons with heads and tails raged down from the sky. Monkey King raised his head and saw countless heavenly winds coming from all directions. converging into the hurricane stirred up by Nez's red armillary sash. In the sky, the thunder generals and thunder gods of the Thunder Division unleashed their full power. The wind mistress and the rain mistress made a ruckus. Under the influence of the heaven and earth, the entire spirited mountain seemed to have suffered from 3 disasters. Fortunately, the great Lane Temple of Spirited Mountain was the place where the Buddha resided in the world. It was unbelievable that it could remain unmoved in the face of such an unprecedented natural disaster. If it were an ordinary mountain or river, its foundation would have been blown away by the wind, the earth veins would have been broken by the lightning, and the heaven and earth would have been reversed, returning to the primordial era. Even so, the great Meru Mountain of the Spirited Mountain, Sagely Mountain, was scraped by the heavenly winds, and the land around the great Lane Temple seemed to have been plowed by the heavenly thunder. The surface of the Spirited Mountain, which was as hard as diamond, was flipped over. The deities were delighted, and the thunder god said proudly, "If you ask me, I think Heavenly King is worrying too much. Although that demon monkey is ferocious, he was the one who took advantage of the loophole last time. My colleagues of the Thunder Division didn't make a move. Now that he dares to rebel against the heavens, almost all the resources of the celestial court of the 3 realms and 6 paths have been mobilized. How can we tolerate his ferocity? I don't think Third Prince needs to make a move. He won't be able to hold on much longer." After saying that, the thunder god cupped his fists at the 36 thunder generals, 36 thunder gods, 24 heavenly monarchs, and 5 thunder envoys of the Thunder Division. The thunder deity Jade Manor, 5 thunder yard, and exorcism yard were mobilized. The thunder deity department, the Thunder City department, the Thunder Division, and the 3 divisions of the Thunder Division were all mobilized. The Thunder Division occupied almost one side of the huge heavenly army formation, while the 8 divisions of the heavenly court surrounded the Monkey King from all directions. The thunder god shouted, "My colleagues, lend me a hand and subdue that demon monkey." Other than the 9 heavens responding thunder, the universal heavenly lord had yet to arrive. Almost all the righteous and partial deities of the Thunder Division were here. Their response was like thunder, and they attacked together, almost recreating the scene when the heavens and earth were split apart, when Yu Qing turned into Pangu and used the Dutian divine thunder to create the primordial world. Facing the raging lightning that almost struck the heaven and earth back into the primordial world, the Monkey King raised his head and smiled lightly. His golden fur danced wildly in the wind, but the expression on the thunder god's face was like iron, not moving at all. The deities in the sky could even see a hint of disdain on his face. He looked at Neza, who was opposite him in the sky, whose red armband had dyed half the sky red, and pointed at the deities behind Neza who were stirring up the wind and thunder. Then he pointed at them. "All of you, line up in front of the formation, as if you're selling soul." Facing the sky, the Monkey King laughed. "Master, if this is what you want to see, then I'll do it for you. You said that I was born to be arrogant and unruly, and that I can't be a subject of the Jade Emperor. You once joked with me, asking me to crush the numinous Sky Palace and overturn the 3 realms and 6 Tao. Then, I'll do it." The Monkey King closed his eyes as he faced the silver flood dragon that danced wildly towards him. Finally, he sighed with an almost inaudible voice, "Why force me?" The silver flood dragon danced wildly and appeared in front of the Monkey King in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the 6 feet tall monkey opened his eyes again. At that moment, the celestial soldiers and generals in the sky seemed to see a giant that could support the heavens and the earth. The monkey swung his arm forward, and a huge gravitational force distorted, instantly tearing apart the divine lightning that filled the sky. Countless broken lightning bolts were forged into sharp blades, landing on the Monkey King's body. A large amount of dark red lava that looked like fresh blood burned on the Monkey King's body, and as the lightning bolts tempered it, it slowly solidified and took shape. on the head of the 6 feet tall monkey standing on the top of the great Lane Temple. 2 strands of phoenix wings were inserted into the purple gold crown, and they hung behind the Monkey King, almost touching the ground. He wore a gold-plated golden armor, and he was wearing a pair of cloud-walking shoes made of lotus root silk. A bright red cape fluttered behind him. On the top of the great Lane Temple, the Monkey King put on the armor given by Chinong and looked down at the deities. It looked a little funny, but none of the holy Buddhas in the sky dared to laugh. That was because the star stabilizing God precious metal in his hand was pointing at the deities. With just one strike, the hurricane was torn apart, the wind and clouds were swept away, the deities were shocked, and the lightning bolts were swept away. Wherever the strike went, a huge force shattered the vacuum, and anything that dared to stop it was crushed into pieces. Neza was horrified, and he had no choice but to use his wind fire wheels to retreat. He retreated to the heavenly soldiers of the Thunder Division behind him, and the gods of thunder behind him. He retreated 50,000 miles in an instant, leaving behind the heavenly soldiers, generals, and gods of the Thunder Division, who were all turned into ashes by this strike. The deities who were smiling just a moment ago were instantly killed, and the inescapable net that was lying in ambush from all directions was also wiped out in an instant. Only the Monkey King was left to face the presumptuous laughter from the other side. You guys are bragging here, but have you ever thought about asking me if these small fries are worthy of my attention? The Monkey King looked at the Thunder Division in front of him, which had been turned into ashes, and reached out his hand to point at them. He said lazily, "Little deity, lie air." Not interesting. Wukong paused for a moment, and his eyes suddenly turned sharp. With a casual and calm attitude, he slowly said to Neza, Spirit Official Wang, and the divine generals in the sky, "All of you, come at me together. Old son, I'm in a hurry. I wonder how many of you here can take a strike from me?" He casually weighed the metal rod in his hand, and the deities and Buddhas in the sky immediately fell silent. The face of pagoda-bearing, heavenly kingly, who was in the middle of the army, had turned as dark as a sheet of paper. His lips were slightly trembling, and he looked at the fearless monkey below him. For a moment he forgot how to speak, and he only knew how to repeat, "How could this be? How could this be? How could there be such a demonic monkey?" The expression of the Sun Emperor, who was beside him, was not any better than his. The rest of the celestial soldiers and generals who were lying in ambush on all 7 sides were panicking. The inescapable net that was supposed to be a great army suddenly turned into dust. The face of Neza, who was the only one who escaped the remaining power of the Monkey King's rod, was also pale. He heard the Monkey King's challenge to all the immortal generals, but he couldn't find a reason to reject it. Everything that had happened in front of him was too shocking. It should be known that the difference between the lineage that Chinong had learned was immeasurable. Although the method used was slightly inferior, the magnitude of the difference was astronomical. As long as the standard was slightly higher, the difference would be like heaven and earth. It was the same nuclear fusion, but a hydrogen bomb could only wipe out an entire city. But a star could vaporize several planets with just an instant of energy. Even though a deity had been cultivating for thousands of years, a monkey had only been cultivating for a few decades. Chapter 963. As the Monkey King slaughtered the Thunder Division's celestial gods, 9 luminaries, who was hiding at the side, had a slight change in expression. Seeing that the Monkey King was about to charge forward with the pacifying star treasure medal, Tai Bai Jinxing, the celestial lord of gold luminaries who had spoken to him, quickly showed himself and shouted, "Great Emperor, how could you kill the people of the Thunder Division? You've made a huge mistake." "How did I make a huge mistake?" The Monkey King asked with a smile when he saw Tai Bai Jinxing, a familiar old man. Although he was smiling, his hands did not stop. He pushed the purple phoenix crown on his head, and the quantum divine light of the indefinite 2 realms auspicious cloud formed by his Yuan Shen rose from the back of his head. As the auspicious cloud covered his head, The Monkey King's existence immediately collapsed into the quantum probability cloud state, and he was everywhere in the three realms. When he once again collapsed into his physical form, he was already among the 28 lunar mansions, surrounded by the celestial soldiers and generals. With a casual swing of his staff, it was as if an infinite gravitational force was collapsing at the center of the staff. There was a name for this move, and it was taught by Chinong. The name was simple and plain, called gravitational collapse. It referred to the phenomenon of matter gathering towards the core when the repulsive force between the celestial bodies in the universe outside the three realms was not enough to resist the gravitational force. When Chinong was a sword celestial, he still paid particular attention to the accumulation of sword when controlling a flying sword. Later on, when he taught the Monkey King the staff technique, he did not mention any philosophical principles or exquisite theories. He only taught the various universes, the operation of the universe, the movement of celestial bodies, the collapse of supernovae, the birth of black holes, the Big Bang, the opening of the primordial world, the integration of information and other phenomena. Therefore, the Monkey King's staff technique did not have any artistic conception or profound meaning. It only had the most objective, most real, and most emotionless power and principles. This strike relied on the neutron star dense matter that Chinong had smashed down with the stationary star god metal. It relied on the gravitational self-binding system of the superdegenerate state, using the most naked material foundation to pry open the most objective laws of the universe's mechanics. However, Golden Dragon Kong, who was facing the staff, was in despair. His golden horn was invincible, and he was known as the Dragon King. Since the beginning of the world, he was one of the few great supernatural powers among the 28 constellations. He was the god of wind, and he could summon wind and clouds for 3,000 miles. He had fire beads, and it was as if he was swallowing the sun into his throat. However, in the face of this most overbearing and simple power and reason, he actually had no way to deal with it. He watched as his body involuntarily collided with the iron rod, and the rod became bigger and bigger. It was like the 5 mountains of Mount Tai added together, but the space scale of the two was changing. Golden Dragon Kong could only scream in despair, escape his primordial spirit, and escape outside. As expected, his physical body collided with the stationary star god metal. The indestructible golden horn did not even last for a breath before it was completely shattered along with the vacuum, collapsing into the gravitational anomaly and fusing with the stationary star god metal. The 28 constellation gods and the others only needed a sweep of his staff to allow them to be crushed by the extreme gravitational collapse and vacuum. Occasionally, a few primordial spirits would escape, but Wukong didn't even look at them. With a shake of his staff, the surrounding space collapsed and shattered in the dimensions, sending the group of primordial spirits into the seamless space. Occasionally, a sliver of a lucky constellation's primordial spirit managed to escape. They would not be able to recover without recuperating for hundreds or thousands of years, so the Monkey King ignored them. The 9 brilliant star lords were dumbfounded. Although they had heard that the Emperor's equal was powerful and had a rather wild and violent personality, they never thought he would be so lawless. When the Thunder Department was destroyed with a single strike of the rod, they still thought that the heavenly court would not fall. Only now did they truly understand that the Monkey King did not care about the heavenly court's dignity as it ruled over the 3 worlds for thousands of years. The Monkey King only treated them like grass, not taking them seriously at all. When the fiendish demons rebelled, they probably feared the heavenly court slightly. When had they ever seen someone as cruel as the Monkey King? Tai Bai Jinxing tried to persuade him again. Emperor's equal, don't be so reckless. If you stop now, you can still explain yourself. I can still deal with the matter of the Thunder Department. But if you continue killing, there might not be a place for you in the 3 worlds and 6 paths. The heavenly court has ruled over the 3 worlds for thousands of years. How many heroes and fiendish demons have there been? However, they have never shaken the heavenly court's dignity. How strict are the laws of heaven? Emperor, please think twice. Among the immortals, even though there are a few good-for-nothings among them, there are hundreds of generations of venerable emperors and thousands of lords of heaven. There are countless immortals of different grades and ranks, and there are more than 10 people like your master. Dumu, Donghua, Hutu, Taiyuan, 3 pure ones and 4 emperors and 5 elders of the 5 directions. You single-handedly withstood the wrath of so many venerable emperors, the power of great heavenly Lord Jade Emperor, and even Tathagata Buddha. How much do you know about the ancient Gonggong Xingtian? Please stop. In the future, when the Grand Heavenly Venerate gets angry, I'm afraid there will be things that I can't bear to say. The incident at the Western Heaven Spirit Mountain was caused by Sanskrit demon bewitching Skyless. The saying that there are 2 suns in the sky was created by your master. If Emperor is willing to stop the war, I am willing to guarantee with my life that I will prove Emperor's strength in front of the great Heavenly Lord. Monkey King laughed and said, You old man, why didn't you say it earlier or later? Why are you saying this now? What's the use of saying this now? Tai Bai Jinxing wanted to persuade him again, but a golden-armored deity appeared from the group of heavenly generals. He pointed at Monkey King's nose and scolded, How dare you rebel against the heavens and kill the generals of the heavenly court? His Majesty ordered us to capture you, but you didn't surrender. How dare you resist with weapons? You killed hundreds of immortals and millions of heavenly soldiers. How can we spare you? Even if you are a disciple of the 3 pure ones, you'll have to pay with your life in front of Buddha, who is your master, the immeasurable heavenly Lord. Monkey King could still listen to his nonsense at first, but when he heard the last part, he was immediately enraged. He did not wait for the mighty miracle god to say anything else. He swung his rod and smashed him into meat paste. Then he swept his rod and killed more than half of the 36 heavenly generals, Guan Maoin and the other marshals. How could the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals accept their fate and die under the metal rod? Each and every one of them unleashed all of their abilities, including their trump cards and Dharma spells. However, the Monkey King's current strength had long surpassed everything. There were only 6 to 7 people in the 3 realms. Such small fries naturally could not withstand a blow from the Monkey King. By the time he killed for a while, there were already mountains of corpses and seas of blood behind him. Not a single one was left alive. On the other side, Li Jing cursed the mighty miracle god for being crazy to provoke such a ferocious god. At the same time, he gestured for Tai Bai Jinxing to continue persuading and appeasing him. He had already made up his mind to recruit him. The matter regarding the 28 constellations of the Thunder Division could be mentioned in the future. After killing another ambush, the Monkey King only stomped his feet. Immediately, a ray of red light swept up and landed in another group. Not long after, they were all killed by the Monkey King. In the 500 tribulations of the heavenly courts, there were not as many gods who died as today. The last time this happened was when the Xingtian attacked. That was already before the 1,000 tribulations. Chapter 964. The entire punitive army of the heavenly court was startled by Wukong. In just a few seconds, at least hundreds of celestial generals and celestial lords who came to the punitive expedition rushed forward. All of them were famous immortals, but they were all broken by Wukong's staff. After the Monkey King killed his way through the 3 formations, he was already in high spirits. He was reborn from the stone of an immortal and had the appearance of an ape. From this, it could be seen that he wasn't an honest person. His nature was jumpy and restless. This was the heart monkey. Now that the heart monkey was restless, how could this bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals subdue its heart? At the end of the day, it was because Chunong had fed this heart monkey too much. Now, who could use the band-tightening curse to restrain the heart monkey? Who could use their 5 fingers to subdue its heart? Who could use the tribulations of water and fire to trap its nature? who could use the tribulations of 3 calamities and 5 tribulations to make it fear. When Chun'ong came back to his senses, he was also surprised that he had nurtured this monkey to be too strong and healthy. Right now, the monkey's abilities were more than 100 times stronger than before. When it was lawless, it really had a tinge of invincibility. Who knew what kind of thoughts he had to nurture this heart monkey into an indomitable and unshakable determination? This was also the first time in his life that the Monkey King displayed his abilities without any reservations. Facing billions of heavenly soldiers and thousands of generals, there was no need for him to fight with his wits and courage. Instead, he used his intelligence to fight against the enemies. He only needed to press forward with an indomitable will. He didn't need to have any reservations. He never believed that among this bunch of useless chickens and dogs, there would be someone who could take a hit from his cudgel. Originally, I, old son, didn't want to bully weaklings like you. My golden cudgel should be brandished at the strong. Goku looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. But if I crush you like bugs, why does it make me, old son, feel so good that I can't help it? After Goku killed many people, his mood gradually became full, just like a mortal who had drunk to his heart's content and had a drunken recklessness. So many enemies, powerful but unable to withstand a single blow, called immortals and saints, but mediocre and mediocre, so powerful but so weak, just like a feudal dynasty that was flourishing on the surface but had already decayed on the inside. Only when Wukong faced the Celestial Court did he realize that the Celestial Court was already a huge but useless giant with feet of mud. Just like the Master, those celestial kingdoms that looked strong and prosperous on the surface, but could not withstand a single blow. It was actually so easy to kill them. They were obviously immortals with powerful magic power and remarkable abilities, but in the battle they could not withstand a single blow. Those immortals and Buddhas were all high and mighty, living like princes and princesses. They had cultivated powerful magic power and mastered many powerful skills. However, those immortals and immortals who had become officials and lived in the system of the heaven had long forgotten the true meaning of struggle and struggle. Therefore, they were not even as energetic as those demons and devils who struggled in the grass. At least, when facing the demons that Wukong was slaughtering, they could still use all of their abilities, and even use all of their abilities at the last moment. However, even if those immortals and Buddhas had magical powers that were 100 times stronger than those demons, when facing Wukong, they could not use even 1 or 2 of their abilities. Often, they would be defeated by Wukong's staff before they could even use their trump cards. After all, these domestic deities were not as good at fighting as wild ones. Not to mention that the Monkey King was a fighting monkey among monkeys who were raised scientifically and trained meticulously. Who could still remember the 28 constellations that were killed by the Monkey King with 1 strike? The Hornwood Dragon, the Congold Dragon, the Water Leopard of Winnowing Basket, the Kuei-Wood Wolf, and the Pleiades Sun Rooster. Each of them had a powerful innate magic. However, when facing the extremely violent strike, they were still smashed into pieces and had no power to fight back. If they could use their most powerful magic, although they couldn't defeat the Monkey King, they could at least cause some trouble for him. So, it's you bunch of useless and mediocre people. You've made me unhappy since a long time ago. Killing people like you, who are strong but can't make a decision, is so satisfying. So satisfying. It's just like when I was still a stone monkey and ate a peach that was frozen in the cold water of a deep pool in the 6 hottest days of the year. You guys have cultivated for tens of thousands of years the profound truth of the gods, the principles of the heavenly Tao that you comprehended, the magic and magic that you learned, the majesty of ruling over all living beings in the 3 realms, the immortality, the freedom, and the noble status that is higher than the mortals. Aren't all of these useless in the face of my strike? The heavenly court is indeed rotten. I, old son, will eventually fight against the heavens and earth, from the southern heavenly gate to the 3 islands of Penglai, then from the 3 islands of Penglai to the Lingxiao King Palace. I will kill all of you deities and make your blood flow like a river. I, old son, can't even blink to fulfill the joke I told my master in the past. Until the heavens and earth change, I will kill until the heavenly court collapses and the three realms loses its light. When the Monkey King attacked, Neza still had some confidence. Although it was a bit embarrassing for him to retreat without fighting, there were dozens of deities with magic power like him here, so he wasn't afraid of the monkey. Who would have thought that those deities with magic power that was not inferior to his would be so weak? In the face of Wukong's strike, he could still retreat unscathed and watch quietly from the side. Those immortals could not even save their lives. In Neza's eyes, they were all flustered and looked mediocre. After listening to Wukong's words, he actually agreed with him from the bottom of his heart. The immortals and gods of the heavenly court were really a disgrace to the immortals, not to mention a natural god of war like Wukong. Even if they were to face some powerful demons, they would probably be defeated. He thought to himself, these star lords and deities are very mediocre, and those heavenly generals and divine generals who are slightly more powerful have weak magic power. In my opinion, there are only 3 to 5 people in the heavenly court who can defeat the Monkey King. Only those who often slay demons and have extraordinary magic power have a chance. In this case, I can only invite 2 people. One is the ancestor of the North, the Jinwu Devil Rinsing Emperor, and the other is my brother, Erlang Xianxing. I have to invite them to come out as soon as possible to stop this defeat, lest that fierce god kills all the deities of the heavenly court. With this thought in mind, Neza's primordial spirit flew out and split into 2. One went to the North Pole Palace, and the other went to the Guan River estuary of the Nanzhan section continent. He and Yang Ji were sworn brothers, so they had a deep relationship. He didn't have to worry about not being able to invite the Jade Emperor's nephew, who was out of tune. When the Monkey King's strike was blocked, his interest was piqued. He asked the golden armored deity who had blocked his strike, "Who are you?" "To be able to block my strike, you're a real man. I'm interested to know your name." Those who had died under Wukong's staff, such as the South Dipper, the North Dipper, the 8 immortal generals, the 36 heavenly generals, the Fighting Division, the Plague Division, and the 28 lunar mansions, if they heard this, they would definitely die with grievances. It turned out that except for some immortals with obvious appearances and characteristics, Wukong was not even interested in knowing the names of the rest of the people. They didn't even deserve to be reduced to the status of the Monkey King. The golden armored deity was enraged. "I'm the innate general, the One Chi immortal, the great spirit officer of punishment, the selfless general of the 3 realms. I have golden eyes and red hair, and I'm known as the 3-5 train thunder god. I have a phoenix mouth and silver teeth, and I command millions of troops. I'm the Pishio general, and I'm the first general of the innate general, Qixin protector of the 3-5 train king. You, forget it." The Monkey King said lazily, "You're not worthy of me remembering so many words. I'll just remember Spirit Officer Wang." Suddenly, Wukong seemed to have thought of something. He raised his spirit and said, "The Taoist master saw that I killed just now. Could he be your master? You're a good disciple, but not your teacher." I hit his head with my rod and he didn't even react. Soft feet, very soft feet. Spirit Officer Wang was enraged and he charged forward. But in just 2 rounds, he was also killed by the Monkey King with 1 strike. The Monkey King sighed, "I thought you were a capable person. Turns out you're just SO." Then he decided to forget about Spirit Officer Wang's name and throw this matter to the back of his mind. Spirit Officer Wang was the first guardian deity. He usually resided in the Spirit Officer Hall under the Lingxiao Golden Palace. He was the guardian deity of the Jade, great, heavenly Lord Jade Emperor. He was powerful and had extraordinary martial arts skills. Wukong was not clear about it, but the emperors could see it clearly. Fear rose in their hearts, and the pagoda-bearing heavenly king hesitated. He thought, Spirit Officer Wang's magic power and divine arts are not inferior to mine. If he can't even withstand a few moves from that fierce god, what can I do? Just now, Neja told me to invite Great Emperor Zhenwu and true Lord Xiansheng. Or should I wait for them to arrive before I fight with the Monkey King? Chapter 965. I didn't expect that even the Bull Demon King couldn't defeat the ghost chariot nine-headed phoenix, and was captured. The butcher twisted the wet clothes on his body and sighed. Beside him, the old Taoist Qingchen sighed and said, "If not, how could we still be alive?" Then he turned to look at his companions beside him and couldn't help but shake his head. There were many of us when we came. Now that we've been in the ancient times for a few days, there are only a few of us left. There were many dangers in the ancient times. How many of our companions died? Qinong raised his head and looked around. Suddenly he said, "Do you know where this is?" We were scared out of our wits by the ghost chariot nine-headed phoenix. We didn't even know the direction and only cared about escaping. We're lucky that we're still together. How can we still recognize the road, and where is this place? The old Taoist Qingchen shaded his eyes with his hand and looked closer. There seems to be a temple in front. Why don't we go and ask for directions? The others looked over and only saw shadows in front of them. There seemed to be a little light illuminating the pitch-black mountain road. Through the light, they could faintly see a small temple. The butcher shuddered and said, "There's no village ahead or shop behind. It's really strange that there's such a small temple in the wilderness. Haven't we seen enough dangers and strange things along the way? The ancient times are very strange. According to your speculations, now that the netherworld is in chaos and the netherworld has collapsed, it's best to stay away from this kind of temple in the wilderness." Then he walked in the opposite direction. It seemed like he wanted to find a random cave to rest in. The others looked at each other. Although they felt that the butcher's words made sense, they heard Qinong say with a smile, "Let's go. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, we can't avoid it. How many strange things have we seen along the way? Do you think you can escape?" Finished speaking. He took the lead and walked straight toward the small temple. The others were about to learn from the butcher and find a place to hide when they heard a scream from afar. From the sound, it was clearly the butcher who had left alone. They looked at each other. Qingchen sighed and said, "What else can we do?" They could only follow Qinong and carefully approach the small temple. On the pitch-black mountain road, heaven and earth were silent. Only a little light in the distance flickered with a warm yellow light. The surroundings were silent, and the scene was extremely strange. When they got closer, they saw that the small temple was simple and unadorned. There was only a narrow main hall, about the size of a pigsty. 6 or 7 people went in, and it felt crowded. A clay Buddha statue was enshrined on the Kong. Its face was blurry, and its body was mottled with colors. However, the inscribed board in front of the temple was shockingly big. The inscribed board read, "Tempest Temple." When they saw the 4 words Tempest Temple, the group of transmigrators immediately felt as though a great disaster was about to befall them. Their legs turned to jelly. The 4 words were ugly and vulgar, but these transmigrators had seen 2 generations of the Tempest Temple. Whether it was the Tempest Temple that was in ruins in the future, or the Tempest Temple when the Buddha's golden body was still around, they were fortunate enough to have seen them. How could they not recognize that while the words were ugly, they were exactly the same as the inscribed board in front of the real Tempest Temple? Another esteemed guest has arrived. The few transmigrators had just reached the mountain gate when they heard someone laughing and speaking from inside the temple. Then they saw the door of the small temple creak as it was pulled open by someone. It turned out to be a kind-looking old monk who smiled at them and said, "It's rare for a small temple on a barren mountain to have guests. Benefactors, would you like to enter the temple to rest in this barren mountain?" The scene was too bizarre. Even though the transmigrators had seen Feng Guohai along the way, they did not know how to respond. Someone inside the temple spoke again. Almsgivers, please don't blame us. The four of us can't walk out of this small temple, so we can't make room for you. We'll have to trouble you to squeeze in. Through the door, the transmigrators saw that the interior of the temple was indeed very narrow. There were 3 other old monks sitting inside. They looked peaceful and kind, making them easy to guard against. At that moment, Huishan, a Buddhist disciple, spoke up. I'm Huishan. Greetings, senior brothers. May I know what your Dharma names are? Where is this place? We're in the middle of nowhere, and we ran into a monster. We were in a hurry and didn't know the way. The old monk who opened the door smiled. Greetings, junior brother Huishan. This is the dreamlike ridge of the barren mountain. This small temple can be called the Temple of the Heart. I'm a disciple of Patriarch Sakyamuni. My Dharma name is Samantabhadra. Manjushri. My Dharma name is Ksitigarbha. Dharma name is Merciful Voyage. The other 3 old monks returned the greeting. When monk Huishan heard their Dharma names, his expression changed immediately. He said sternly, Where did you demons come from? How dare you impersonate the Dharma names of Buddha and Bodhisattva? How would a proper monk dare to use such Dharma names? Tell me, what kind of demons are you? What do you want? The old monk who guarded the door still invited them in. He smiled. Little monk, why are you so surprised? I'm Samantabhadra, Bodhisattva of Mount Lingshan. Now I'm trapped in the heart temple by demons. The fact that you can see me shows that you are a fated person. How can you not see through the barrier of knowledge? Huishan didn't dare to believe it. He didn't care if he scolded him sternly. He only retorted, There are demons that can trap 4 bodhisattvas. Don't try to lie to me. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva said calmly, A few months ago I had a bet with the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. However, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord sacrificed one of his bodies and turned into a demon. It attracted the demon from beyond the heavens, Brahman. Brahman is the supreme intelligence that transcends all forms. It's rooted in the emptiness of the 3 realms. Its mana is boundless and its divine power is unimaginable. It wants to turn the 3 realms into his one thought and one dream. That Brahman is far away in the emptiness of the 3 realms. He's beyond the anaphasic heavens. He only has one dream body in the world, and it's called Brahman. The emptiness of the 3 realms is like the root of a tree, the source of a clear spring. It's the root of all forms in the 3 realms. If he dreams the universe there, the entire 3 realms will collapse. My Buddha had no choice but to enter the anaphasic heavens to fight against Brahman. We also joined forces to fight against Brahman's change in form, the dream body incarnation, Brahman. That Brahman is really powerful. Using the connection between my Buddha and the world, he forcefully tainted my Buddha's golden body, turning it into a corpse and gaining sentience. He even harmed medicine, glazed Buddha and sunlight and moonlight Bodhisattva, causing them to be trapped by Brahman. After that, we schemed with great heavenly venerable Jade Emperor and asked heaven equal demon emperor to get rid of that demon corpse. My Buddha's golden body was destroyed, and my primordial spirit had nothing to rely on. Gradually, I lost to Brahman and was trapped in the anaphasic heavens. The 3 realms were tainted by the devil, and the first to be in trouble was the netherworld. The netherworld changed, and the souls of all living beings in the world were tainted by Brahman. Gradually, the 3 souls and 6 spirits formed their own sentience, or rather, the souls of all living beings in the 3 realms. Because of the change in the netherworld, the 3 realms were merging. Whether they were alive or dead, they were all turning into ghosts. The 2 souls of heaven and earth were outside, and there were all sorts of changes. They turned into malicious ghosts, and the 7 spirits were restless within. They were tainted by the devil, and the consciousness of all living beings became the consciousness in Brahman's one dream. Only the life soul still carried the original self, but it is also in danger. The three realms are in such a dangerous situation. Only by finding that bit of support between Buddha and the world, which is the reincarnated spirit child, can we receive Buddha's primordial spirit and save the three realms. Old Monk Siai Hang said from the side, "We fought with Brahman and he trapped us here. This is a world created by Brahman, the Brahman demon dream. That is why it is called the Great Barren Mountain Dreamlike Ridge. Buddha's primordial spirit is in the Brahman demon dream, forming this heart temple to protect us from being tainted by Brahman. But our incarnations in the three realms have become living beings in the Brahman demon dream, and our true bodies are trapped here. That is why we want to invite Thor and the others to return to the three realms to find the youth with the swastika symbol on his back. That is our Buddha's reincarnated spirit child. Bring him to see great heavenly venerable Jade Emperor. He has a way to let Buddha return and fight against Brahman." After old Monk Siai Hang said this, he plucked out an eye from his right palm and placed it on Hui Shan's palm. It turned into a streak of golden light and entered Hui Shan's hand. He instructed, "We will enter meditation here, and we will receive enlightenment from Buddha. The way to fight against Brahman and save the three realms is in your hand. Bring it to great heavenly venerable Jade Emperor. You must not fall into the hands of the demons." When Hui Shan heard this, he didn't know if it was true or not. Just when he was at a loss, Samantabhadra's expression suddenly changed, and he said to him, "Brahman has already dreamt of all of you. We can't stay here any longer. Leave quickly." After saying this, he revealed his golden body, and the simple temple also turned into a majestic Pure Land. It was the Great Thunderclap Temple. Chapter 966. After those travelers left, the small temple regained its tranquility and loneliness. The old monk, who was transformed from Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, was silent for a long time. He put his palms together and sat facing the clay Buddha. The whole temple was as quiet as the dead. Suddenly, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva said, "Senior Brother Guanyin, why did you call yourself Tsihong when we announced our names?" Taoist Siai Hang smiled and said, "Because I'm just Taoist Siai Hang, not Guanyin Bodhisattva." Taoist Siai Hang? Samantabhadra Bodhisattva's face turned cold and he sighed. "So it's the incarnation of the demon lord in his dream. But I wonder where my senior brother Guanyin has gone. How did the demon lord enter this small temple?" Siai Hang smiled and said, "After all, her mana is one level higher than all of you. That day I did not make her stay. There are thousands of incarnations of Guanyin, but the one that I have incarnated is only 1 or 2 out of 10. Therefore, I am Taoist Siai Hang, not Guanyin Bodhisattva. Very soon, I will be Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, Manjushri Bodhisattva, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. However, it will be difficult to replace Guanyin Bodhisattva. Guanyin is the one with the most profound cultivation among us. It's understandable that you couldn't stop her that day. We Bodhisattvas have Dharmakaya, Sambhogakaya, and incarnations. With a single thought, we can purify the Dharmakaya Buddha. With a single thought, we can achieve perfection of the Sambhogakaya Buddha. With a single thought, we can achieve billions of incarnations. Now, the Brahma Lord was dreaming of himself. His billions of incarnations had all entered the Brahma Lord's dream. Now, only a Dharma body of one thought was guarding this temple in his heart, and a Sambhogakaya body was bitterly resisting the Devil Master's invasion. Senior Brother Guanyin's cultivation is the most profound. He has billions of incarnations that are like Buddha. That's why he was able to protect so many incarnations under the devilish influence. Her incarnations of Taoist Siai Hang, Fish Basket Guanyin, 1,000 Hands and 1,000 Eyes Bodhisattva for Arms Guanyin, 21 Terras, and Avalokitesvara have all been tainted by the Devil Lord. However, the great compassionate and pessimistic Bodhisattva and the 30 incarnations of Guanyin have not been tainted by the Devil Lord. Therefore, this Taoist Siai Hang cannot be called Guanyin. Samantabhadra then sighed. So the one who has been trapped in the small temple with us is you, Taoist Siai Heng. This is the heart temple formed by the Buddha's will. It's a pure land for us in the midst of devil, Lord Fan Ming's devilishness. May I ask, Devil Lord, is this really a manifestation of the Buddha? Or is it the incarnation of the Buddha that the Devil Lord dreamed of? It's not that he doesn't have me. It's not that I have nothing to take. Therefore, why don't we look at it from a Taoist perspective? Heaven and earth are born together with me, and all living things are one with me. Taoist Siai Heng did not answer directly, but said with a smile, "It's all because of fate. It's just the rise and fall of fate." Samantabhadra, Bodhisattva sighed and stopped asking. Manjushri, Bodhisattva, who was at the side, did not play along with them, but went straight to the point. So when Gautama Buddha entered the Sanskrit dream, there was also karmic transformation. Grandmaster Sakyamuni's mana was much stronger than ours, but even Gautama Buddha's Sambhogakaya was also formed by karmic transformation. When Gautama Buddha entered the dream, karmic transformation was due to karmic transformation, so Sambhogakaya was no longer complete. No wonder the dream heart temple was taken advantage of by the demons. However, Brahma, your karma with the Buddha isn't something that can be done in a day. Within this temple of the heart, even if you can interfere, you can't do whatever you want. Therefore, it can still protect us from being infected by the devil. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva sighed and said, Buddha's Sambhogakaya is no longer complete. We don't have much time left. We don't have much time left for the three realms either. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva sighed and said, if that's the case, I'm afraid that the great matter of saving the three realms and even the whereabouts of the reincarnated spirit child will no longer be a secret to the demon lord. I hope that Senior Brother Guan Yin can be one step earlier outside the dream. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva sighed and said, Guan Yin, is there anything urgent for you to see me? Great Heavenly Lord Jade Emperor sat high up in the Lingshao Palace and asked Guan Yin Bodhisattva, I'm here to see you, Great Heavenly Lord, to ask you to retract your order and pardon the heaven's equal demon emperor, Monkey King, for his crimes against heaven. The disaster at Spirited Mountain has been clearly investigated. It was the heavenless demon's doing. The strange sign a few days ago has also been made clear. It was the immeasurable Heavenly Lord who framed his disciple. The Monkey King is innocent. Please forgive him for his crimes, Your Majesty, Guan Yin Bodhisattva said. That monkey is rebellious. He killed a few of my generals. His arrogance is unpardonable. He has evil intentions. Why do you say that? The Jade Emperor frowned. Great Heavenly Lord, the Monkey King still has a use for it. That day on Spirited Mountain, the ancient Dipankara Buddha passed away. Before he died, he left 17 relics to Sun Wukong, which were formed by 17 karmic ties. The heavenless demon head was the evil karma of the ancient Buddha because of the division of reincarnation. Evil karma begets evil karma. If you want to destroy the heavenless demon head, you have to solve the anger of the ancient Dipankara Buddha when the reincarnation was divided into 6 realms. Only by gathering all 17 karmic relics can you destroy the heavenless demon, who is the 18th relic. Only by destroying the heavenless demon can you use the 18 relics to awaken the golden body of the Gautama Buddha and have something to rely on in the 3 realms. Only then can you resist the Brahma demon's dream of the 3 realms and restore it to normal. Don't lie to me, Great Heavenly Lord. The Jade Emperor shook his head and said, in the past, the Brahma demon came to the world and dreamt the 3 realms, causing all living beings and gods to return to nothingness. The Gautama Buddha abandoned his body and used his primordial spirit to escape into the emptiness of the 3 realms to stop the Brahma demon's dream. Instead, his golden body was contaminated. Now, even if the Gautama Buddha's golden body returns to the 3 realms, it will only return to the beginning. How can you talk about the peace of the 3 realms? Guan Yin frowned and said after a long time, since Great Heavenly Lord asked, I can only tell you all the secrets Master, the Monkey King's hair incarnation finally found one of Chin Ang's thoughts in the ultimate. It asked with a sad face, "Since Master is willing to come out to see me, you must be willing to make things clear? I have searched the entire 3 realms just to ask Master one thing. As long as Master has an order, how can I dare to disobey? Why? Why are you forcing me? Monkey King, the 3 realms are like the waves of the Milky Way. From the time when the world was created, it flowed to the end of the world. 1 yuan, 1 life, 1 death. It is just a wave on this Milky Way. All living beings are in the river. There are only a few people standing on the riverbank, like me. After all, you are still in the river. Even though you have learned to swim and I taught you how to go ashore, you have never come ashore to see it with your own eyes. If you have seen it with your own eyes, you will see that there is a reef in front of the Milky Way that divides the river into 2. One of the directions has fallen into a bottomless abyss. Even I can't see it. That reef is the Brahma demon's dream. It can also be called the apocalypse illusory world. Chin Ong pointed at the ultimate. From then on, the 3 realms became a dream of his thoughts. Even I can no longer see the destination of the river, because at that time, all living beings in the 3 realms are just an illusion in his dream. I want you to climb ashore before the river falls into the abyss. Monkey King, the easiest thing in the world is to make a choice. The hardest thing is to make the right choice, because most of the time there is no right choice. Even if you can see the trajectory of the 3 realms Milky Way from the shore, it will be difficult to find the right choice. I once told you that Brahma is a manifestation of the will of my other self. With a single thought, he can see the past and the future, including all variables. If he is allowed to calculate the 3 realms, then this universe will only be an illusion in his dream. The so-called illusion is nothing more than that. Only 2 or 3 people can save the 3 realms, but due to various reasons, they cannot act. Although Buddha Tathagata is powerful, he is not Sakya. Mani's true will is only an illusion he left in the 3 realms. Sakya and Mani's karmic fate converge to become Tathagata. Tathagata used his own primordial spirit as a variable to tangle with Brahma, but he can't cause much trouble for Brahma. It won't be long before this variable is under Brahma's control. When that happens, the 3 realms will become an illusion. All living beings will perish, unless there is a variable on the same level as Tathagata who is also willing to sacrifice himself. That way, multiplying the 2 variables will increase the difficulty of the calculation. It's just like how a linear equation with 1 variable becomes a quadratic equation with 2 variables, Wukong replied. In the 3 realms, there are people whose primordial spirits contain infinite possibilities that even Brahma can't calculate. Tathagata is Sakya's shadow, so he is 1. I am 1. Taoist Tai Ching is also 1. I also know about the Jade Emperor. He is 1. There are no more than 5. I cultivate the quantum divine light indefinite 2 realms probability cloud. Of course I am 1, Monkey King said. Yes, and more suitable than the Jade Emperor. If the Jade Emperor is sacrificed, it will take about 6,000 tribulations for Brahma to calculate his and Tathagata's variables. If it's you, Monkey King, you will definitely be able to delay it until 10,000 tribulations. That's why we saw the reef that divided the heavenly river into 2. That reef is your choice. In the small temple of the great Thunderclap Monastery, Samantabhadra side, fate is nameless. Brahma can control the birth and death of fate, the rise and fall of fate, the gathering and dispersing of fate. Therefore, he can control the birth and death of all living beings, the beginning and end of the universe, the living beings of the 3 realms and the thoughts and consciousness of the deities and Buddhas. Only by reaching the nameless place and transcending fate can the 3 realms be saved from the hands of Brahma. But even Sakya and Muni Buddha are only fused by fate. In this world, only when the Monkey King and Buddha become 1 can the 3 realms be saved. In the cloudy palace of the Golden Arches, Guanyin said to the Jade Emperor. Only when the primordial spirit of a great medium merges with the Buddha and becomes unimaginable, beyond the control of Brahma, can the three realms be saved. And the only person who can save the three realms is the heaven-equaling demon emperor, Monkey King. The Monkey King closed his eyes and sighed. That's why Master saw the trajectory of the heavenly river. From the beginning to the end, he knew what I would choose. I only lost one piece, causing me to fall out with the heavenly court and spirited mountain. I have no more worries in this world. Of course, I hope that you can break through the void and escape the three realms to a wider world. Chenong smiled. Chapter 9, 67. Can you take it? Great Heavenly Lord Jade Emperor asked softly. Guanyin Bodhisattva remained silent, using her actions to show her attitude. Great Heavenly Lord Jade Emperor sighed, lightly tapping the table in front of him. After thinking for a long time, he said, Now I understand why the immeasurable Heavenly Lord did it despite knowing that the Monkey King would not be able to do anything to me. He saw things further than I did. Great Heavenly Lord Jade Emperor stood up from his throne and said angrily, He is forcing me to my death. I am the Emperor of Heaven, a powerful person, but I also bear the responsibility of the three realms. If the three realms really turn upside down and the Sanskrit demons destroy the world, I can only stand up. I have to stand up, because I am the Emperor of Heaven. The three realms are my subjects. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord forced Buddha Tathagata to his death, and now he wants to force me to my death. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to rebel? Is the Elder Lord just going to watch? Could it be that Lao Jun is tired of being a carefree and noble celestial lord and wants to sit in my position? Guanyin Bodhisattva quickly advised, Great Heavenly Lord, please calm down. The Elder Lord is a person of virtue and prestige. How can you talk about coveting the throne of the Emperor of Heaven? Do you think I care about the position of the Great Heavenly Lord? In the past, when he explained the Great Tao, I was influenced by it and became the primordial beginning, one of the three pure ones. I was born from the Tao of the universe and was willing to take him as my elder brother. Later, he opened up this universe from nothing, becoming the primordial beginning, Heavenly Lord, my incarnation. The foundation of this world became the Tao Heavenly Lord, his incarnation. The universe went from being to nothing. Heaven and earth returned to nothingness, becoming the numinous treasure, Heavenly Lord, the three pure ones. Heaven and earth were settled, and I did not want to fight with him for the rightful position of this world. So I left, leaving behind the primordial beginning Heavenly Lord, giving him the position of the three pure ones. Unexpectedly, he forced me to stay and asked me to be a venerable sovereign of this world. Therefore, when I was born in Mio country, he personally came to welcome me and made me one of the venerable emperors of this world. After experiencing thousands of tribulations, I cultivated painstakingly. It was only when the previous Emperor of Heaven, Tai, fell from his throne that I was bestowed with the title of Great Heavenly Lord Jade Emperor. He has ruled the three realms for thousands of tribulations. You are in a position to govern. As long as I am still the Emperor of Heaven, I will do what I have to do. If there comes a day when I am no longer the Emperor of Heaven, I will just abdicate. But that immeasurable Heavenly Lord wants to use this Emperor to fill a hole. Just like the Tathagata fruit throne left behind by Sakyamuni, he has his eyes on this incarnation of mine. He wants to force me to fill the three realms and the universe, forcing me to become Taoist. You think I don't know his background. As a mortal, it is really not easy to enter this realm. My original body, Heavenly Lord Yuanshur, created the universe from nothing, the origin of all space-time matter. It was because of another great wisdom in the mortal world, Laozi, who cultivated and expounded on the great Tao and was born from Taoism. Therefore, Laozi is Daozu, the origin of all Taoism. Heavenly Lord Lingbao and I were born from Taoism. Although I was born as a Heavenly Lord because of my noble birth, I am still lower than Daozu. The wisdom of those post-celestial beings is really terrifying. That immeasurable heavenly lord, like Laozi, was born as a post-celestial intelligent being. His name is Chinong. I don't know his origin, but when I was the heavenly Lord Yuanshi, another person who expounded on the great Tao, Oa once reformed the foundation of the universe, Tao De Tianzuan, into 5 godly lords. Although Oa didn't perfect his great Tao to perfection like Daozu and Gautama Buddha, it is still pleasing to the eye. In that universe, my heavenly Lord Yuanshi's existence and Tao De Tianzuan's part were mixed, forming 2 godly lords, infinity and eternity. That universe is where Buddhist devil's original body is now. Although post-celestial beings can incarnate into billions of people and spread across the boundless universe, they're still not as good as innate gods like us. As long as there is a universe, there will be the existence of our concept. Wherever our concept exists, it will be our incarnation. Although there are many differences in Taoism, the origin is the same. That immeasurable heavenly Lord is also the same as Buddhist devil's original body. However, immeasurable heavenly Lord was formed by Chen Ang's Taoism, so he has to address Laozi as Daozu. As for Buddhist devil's original body, he intends to include the great Tao and is the same as the great Tao. He is not on the same path as my preaching. Gautama Buddha and Daozu are preachers of Taoism, strong in the word Tao. As for Buddhist devil's original body, he is close to the great Tao and is the same as the great Tao. We innate gods are Taoists. We are the living beings who expound on the great Tao and are the same as the great Tao. Speaking of which, I, Yuanshi, and Chenong are also acquaintances. Let's not talk about the immeasurable heavenly Lord. In the 3 realms, I met his 2 incarnations. On Cybertron, one of my Tao incarnations also met him. Also, when I was working under AO and in the Outer God universe, I saw him everywhere. Previously, he was too powerful and difficult to control, so I could only let him do as he pleased. This time he has really come to bully us. I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to force his disciple to die. Guanyin. The Jade Emperor said faintly. Guanyin was smart enough to pretend that she didn't hear anything. She was indeed a great divinity. With a turn of her eyes, she forgot about the past. She lowered her head obediently and said, "As you wish, great heavenly master. Go and invite my nephew. He's a natural god of war. When it comes to magical powers, he's not inferior to that monkey. Although Neza has already invited him, you still need to persuade him not to act recklessly and fight head-on. I don't need to subdue that demon monkey. I want to use it to fill the hole. It's better to use wits." Beside the ultimate, Monkey King looked up at Chenong and said in a low voice, "Master, I'm going." Chenong sighed and said, "This is the last time we will part. Whether you, Monkey King, give up your life for the 3 realms or choose freedom, it will be difficult for us to meet again. The world is so big, how can it not contain a monkey? There will be a day when you will be able to jump out of my palm. You will no longer be restrained." With that, Chin Ang's figure slowly faded and disappeared before Monkey King's eyes. Beside the sinkhole, a strong wind blew, and Goku's golden hair fluttered in the wind. It looked up and saw a great sun slowly extinguishing in the sinkhole, as though its master had closed his eyes. On the spirited mountain, corpses piled up like a mountain under Monkey King's feet. He looked around, but all he could see was a vast mountain range filled with blood and killing intent. Heavenly soldiers were everywhere, like the mountains and the seas. After great heavenly Lord Jade Emperor made his decision, he mobilized all the soldiers of the heavenly court and invited all the immortal kings and venerables to fight against him. Millions of eyes were focused on Monkey King. However, Goku stood in the middle of it, treating it as dust and not taking it seriously at all. Only a gaze caused it to react. It turned around and saw a valiant heavenly general holding a 3-pointed, double-edged sword and leading a thin black dog staring at it. A divine eye on his forehead stood up. Without needing to introduce himself, Monkey King knew who it was. Chapter 968. I was wondering which side they called for reinforcements from. The monkey was covered in blood. Although it was the blood of others, it didn't change the smile on its face. So it's Erlang Shen. Monkey King. Erlang Shen sighed. There aren't many people in the 3 realms that are worthy of my attention, but you're one of them. Monkey King smiled. You're one of them that is worthy of my attention in the 3 realms. Suddenly, Erlang Shen saw Guanyin Bodhisattva activating the formation and could only shake his head. But since we've met, there's no point in saying all this. I'm the demon subduing general of the celestial heavens, while you're the demon of the earth. Let's do it this way. Let's use our true skills. The monkey was about to attack, but when it heard that, it thought, Erlang Shen isn't like those good-for-nothings from before. He's a strong opponent. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles. Why don't I take a look at his background? Immediately, it held the golden cudgel in one hand and placed its other hand behind its back to cover its eyes. In front of everyone, a ray of golden light shot out from its eyes, swallowing and spitting. It was activating the quantum aura indefinite 2 realms, probabilistic cloud, primordial spirit, to spy on the real situation. Erlang Shen saw the golden eyes looking at him. Others could only see the divine light in the monkey's eyes, but he was the only one who sensed it instinctively. He quickly opened the heavenly eye on his forehead and looked over as well. He saw that in the light of the 3 realms, there were endless probabilities in the future. A monkey was testing himself in all sorts of ways, whether it was competing with changes, fighting with martial arts, or using exquisite magic power to compete with Monkey King's theory of shattering vacuum. In an instant, the 2 of them fought over 10,000 times in the uncertain future, and they both knew each other's powerful divine arts. Monkey King kept the golden eyes and exclaimed, "Good ability! You actually broke my special ability. The thousands of celestial generals here are nothing to me. My quantum spiritual light, indefinite primordial spirit, only needs to peek into the light of the universe and kill them once in the uncertain future. When the probability cloud collapses, I'll cast a spell to observe a specific outcome. In just one night, I'll be able to kill them all. But in the rehearsal, I saw that Erlang Shen was indeed extraordinary. The heavenly eye between his brows was actually able to pry into the future, indefinite light of time. I've tested him tens of thousands of times. Although I've observed the results, I haven't gained any advantage. He's seen through me. However, he didn't know that Erlang Shen was also at a loss. This monkey is so powerful. I have fought with him several tens of thousands of times, but I have never been able to win a single time. Instead, he has defeated me several hundred times. Among them, he has the upper hand in the majority of the fights. I have only been able to win a few tens of times. No wonder you told me not to act alone." Guanyin Bodhisattva, who was at the back, secretly sighed. For some reason, she felt pity for the monkey opposite her. "You say that he's fighting you one-on-one in a head-on battle, but you don't know that he's going all out in his attacks. This time, Great Heavenly Venerate Jade Emperor is really angry." Guanyin Bodhisattva was the first to make a move. She had a divine ability that could receive the boundless mana of all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas from the past and the future. She chuckled softly, "Namo Super Sun and Moonlight Buddha!" Then, a Buddha that transcended the universe's space-time and penetrated the past and future appeared from the boundless light of time. From Chun Eng's point of view, it was like a super photon going against the river of space-time, cutting off Monkey King's prophetic premonition. This time, both Erlang Shen and Monkey King were in trouble. In their divine eyes, they only saw a ray of light that surpassed the radiance of the sun and moon by 1,000,000,000,000 times. Instantly, their eyes felt like they were being pricked by needles, and tears flowed down their cheeks. Erlang Shen was still fine. After all, he had the divine eye on his forehead. Even if he lost one eye, he still had 2. On the other hand, Monkey King's eyes were both affected. As if he had seen wind and smoke, his eyes turned red. His divine eyes turned fiery and golden. Guanyin Bodhisattva's divine ability had yet to stop. She called out one after another, Namo Sakyamuni Buddha, Namo Vajra Unbreakable Buddha, Namo Baoguang Buddha, Namo Dragon King Buddha, Namo Jingjun Buddha, Namo Baho Buddha, Namo Moonlight Buddha, Namo Present No Foolishness Buddha. With every praise, there would be a response from the Buddha in the void. In an instant, all sorts of unbelievable Buddha lights bloomed in the void. It was a joint attack by the Buddhist army. Every Buddha had their own divine ability. The Super Sun and Moonlight Buddha used super photons to seal the past and future. The Vajra Buddha used the Higgs field to destroy the strong and weak nuclear force between quarks, destroying the foundation of all matter. The Baoguang Buddha released immeasurable radiation that interfered with all photon radiation. The Dragon King Buddha destroyed the foundation of all mechanics, causing the chaos of the vacuum. The Jingjun Buddha interfered with the quantum calculation of consciousness and interfered with the operation of Monkey King's quantum primordial spirit. The Baohu Buddha controlled the increase of entropy in the universe, causing the energy in the space where Monkey King was to go out of control and cause the universe to die. Guanyin Bodhisattva alone brought along the entire Buddhist army to fight. She interfered with all the laws and destroyed all the constants of the universe, causing all the laws and theorems in the place where Monkey King was to be turned upside down. They tried their best to destroy the Tao and truth in the three realms, causing the variables of the constants of the universe to be infinite in a short period of time. When stacked together, the variables reached infinity to the point where they could not be calculated. Even if Monkey King had divine ability, he still needed to rely on the Tao and truth in the universe to perform it. Of course, these Buddhas had not reached the point where they could change the scientific laws of the universe at will, but they could do it, adding a variable to any known attribute. It was obvious that they wanted to bully Monkey King with their computing power. This was not Guanyin Bodhisattva fighting alone. Behind her was the concept of the laws of the universe that the Jade Emperor had generously lent out. After being enlightened by the Dharma, they turned into the Buddha. Other than the mana of some great mediums who had become Buddhas in the past and future, the rest of the Buddhas were the embodiment of the laws of the universe. If it was not for the help of the primeval, the manager of this universe, the Emperor of Heaven, how could he have enlightened so many laws of the universe and conceptualized them into the Buddha? This was the true power of the Emperor of Heaven, the Lord of Gods, the incarnation of Haotian. All the concepts in the three realms, including the gods who had not formed a personality, were under his command. If the gods in the heavenly court were the collection of the will of the three realms' divinity, then Haotian was the collection of all the nothing of the three realms' divinity. It was the sum of all the gods without personality. Haotian was the Son of Heaven. It was because of his will that Guanyin Bodhisattva could invite the Buddhas who had never become Buddhas in the past and future, the concept of the universe described by Buddhism, and the Buddhas who had never appeared in the three realms but only in the Buddhist scriptures. Even Neza could not help but click his tongue at such a luxurious group of fighters. Only then did he realize the power of the great heavenly Lord. He was the biggest foundation of the heavenly court, the collection of the nothing of the heavenly court compared to the universe. One person was equivalent to billions of people in the entire heavenly court. Chapter 9:69. In the numinous sky hall, great celestial venerable Jade Emperor sat on the emperor's throne, playing chess with Chenong. He took the black chess piece and went first, casually blocking one of Chunang's chi holes and conveniently creating a tribulation material. He smiled and said, "Immeasurable heavenly lord, this time I won first." Chunong looked up at him and said threateningly, "Great celestial venerable, I can't tolerate you bullying my little monkey." "What can you do if you can't tolerate it?" Great celestial venerable Jade Emperor laughed and said, "We made an agreement in front of Brother Grand Pure. If I don't ask Primordial Beginning for help, you can't help your disciple. Although I'm helping Guanyin Bodhisattva as Celestial Venerable How, what can you do? Hit me if you don't like it, If you talk like that, I'll turn hostile immediately. Chin Ong pointed at his nose and said, Come on, let's turn hostile then. The three of us have always fought together. Against you, it's the three of us. Against thousands of soldiers and horses. Against the countless life forms of the universe. It's the same for us. I don't believe that you can defeat the three of us. The three pure ones. I, primordial beginning. Survive in this multiverse by relying on brotherhood. Great, celestial, venerable Jade Emperor wanted to flip the chessboard. You have guts. Chin Ong secretly calculated that he and Cult Master Chin might not be able to defeat the three of them. If the apocalypse attacked, he wouldn't be afraid. However, the apocalypse had his own ideas. He came to this world to invite the Grand Pure One to attack the apocalypse. Although the apocalypse was happy to see this, he might not give him face. His other identities, such as River Styx, were not suitable to attack. Chin Ong made up his mind and laughed. Primordial Tao Brother is of noble birth, the ancestor of the grand beginning and grand beginning of the universe. Why do you have to learn human language and act like a child? Come. Let's play chess. Haha, sorry to make Chin Dao laugh at me. Great Heavenly Venerate Jade Emperor's anger faded, and he said with a smile, I once had some good fortune in a strange universe. I was the primordial Heavenly King, one of Pangu's. The Pangu of that universe was a zombie-like filth. I found that the universe was quite strange, so I stayed there for a while. I've learned some vulgar words. It's so funny. Haha. Speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence. I seem to have seen you in that universe before and caught a glimpse of you. Oh. Chin Ong asked in surprise, Fellow Taoist, you are? Fellow Taoist, although you have the name of Pango, with your heart and spirit, how could you give yourself to a filthy zombie body? Chin Ong pondered for a moment and suddenly smiled, so it's the heavenly book. I was wondering why the three books of the universe, heaven, earth, and man, seemed to be a little strange. That item of destiny had a strange origin. So it turns out that fellow Taoist is involved. As if nothing had happened, Chin Ong cupped his hands and smiled at the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor was about to reply when his expression suddenly changed and he shouted, Chin Dao is so cunning! How dare you trick me? It turned out that when Guanyin Bodhisattva invited all the Buddhas in the sky, she involuntarily chanted a Buddhist name, Namo Amitabha Buddha, Namo Amitabha Buddha. Chin Ong slapped the table and laughed. Fellow Taoist, my name is being called down below. Let me split my attention to check it out. Great Heavenly Venerate Jade Emperor wanted to stop him, but he heard Chun Ang's voice beside his ear. Great Heavenly Venerate, you must not make a move. The two of us made a promise in front of fellow Taoist Tai Ching that our real bodies would not make a move. That's because your real body is stingy. Great Heavenly Venerate, if you suffer a little, he will block the entrance to the universe of the three realms and force me to sign the agreement. But the agreement did not mention that you, Great Heavenly Venerate, could not make a move. That's why Great Heavenly Venerate cheated Guanyin Bodhisattva with his Haotian status. I didn't hold it against him. Speaking of which, my real body also has a subname called Amitabha Buddha and Amitabha Buddha. Like Great Heavenly Venerate, they are not included in the agreement. This time it's just a projection. If Great Heavenly Venerate wants to make a move personally, that Amitabha Buddha will have to make a move personally to kill Great Heavenly Venerate's rash actions. I'll blast you to pieces. Great Heavenly Venerate Jade Emperor paused and let a bit of Chin Ang's divine will clone descend to the lower realm. He said, Fine, I'll let a bit of your divine will descend to the lower realm. I wonder how Heavenly Venerate will deal with me bullying you with Haotian status. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and placed a chess piece. However, he was waiting to see what would happen and placed it in the dragon's hand. Chin Ong didn't answer. He just raised his hand, pointing directly at the Jade Emperor's dragon. In the void below, the Dharma bodies of the Amateus Buddha and the Amitayus Buddha appeared in the void. The Amitayus Buddha turned his head and glanced at Guanyin. There was a hidden meaning in his eyes. In Guanyin's eyes he was clearly saying, "You cheated and bullied my child. Have you ever thought that he also has a backer? I will also support him." Amitabha Buddha also said with a look in his eyes, "You dare to really hit a monster with a backer? And you even cheated. Are you bullying him because he doesn't have an adult?" As soon as the two Buddhas' true bodies came out, they began to chant mantras in a frenzy. Namo Amitabha Buddha, Namo Amitabha Buddha, Namo Amitabha Buddha, Namo Amitabha Buddha, Namo Hot Death Buddha, Great Bodhisattva, Namo Nuclear Lord Buddha, Namo Strong Nuclear Force Buddha, Namo Unified Field Buddha, Namo Light, Namo Heat, Namo Radiation Nuclear Lord Buddha, Namo Future Demon Lord Buddha, Namo Styx River Blood Sea Buddha. Every time he chanted the name of Buddha, a Buddha would appear out of thin air. Great Bodhisattva, Gatling of Nanwu. With a declaration, the void echoed. Immediately, a Bodhisattva's Dharmakaya emerged from the void. He was wearing a Vairocana hat and necklace, bracelets, a shawl, a scarf, a heavenly robe, and mani beads. There was a light wheel spinning behind his head. He had 9 heads and 6 arms. The few heads were the size of mani beads. They gathered on top of his head like a crown. Each of his 6 arms held a Dharma artifact. There was a crowbar, an AK-47, an RPG, a 107 rocket launcher, and another 2 hands holding a 6-barreled Gatling gun. There were defensive and offensive grenades wrapped around his shoulders and waist, and a tactical dagger at his waist. On these Dharma artifacts, colorful Sanskrit characters danced up and down. On the 6 machine gun barrels, the 6 words of the Great Light Seed incantation shone brightly. He looked solemn and dignified. The most eye-catching thing was the divine beast that the Gatling Bodhisattva was sitting on. It was made of steel and had an angular body. It was powered by a powerful engine and had a sturdy and durable operating system. It was the divine beast of the pickup truck, Optimus Prime. As the 6-barreled Gatling gun in the Gatling Bodhisattva's hand shot out a huge flame, the AK, RPG, and 107 rocket launcher roared and spewed out flames. The pickup truck Optimus Prime rumbled, and the surrounding heavenly court soldiers fell as if they were mowing grass. Caught off guard, the Bodhisattva was blasted in the face by an RPG. The Gatling Bodhisattva grinned, one hand holding the 6-barreled Gatling gun, the other clenched into a fist, and sang, "Yes!" RPG. Chapter 970. The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas were delighted to see the RPG explode. In the void, another 5 wisdom kings materialized. They were the Gatling Bodhisattva. The nuclear fission and the karmic fire mushroom cloud formed the Buddhist chakra. Each of the 5 wisdom kings materialized. One of them sat cross-legged in the form of a child. His hair was braided down his left shoulder. His left eye was closed, and his lower teeth bit his upper lip. He looked angry and carried a fire on his back. It had 3 faces and 6 arms, each holding a cannon in its hand, as if it was trying to resolve its troubles. This wisdom king sat on a steel divine object. His 5 wheels were wrapped around the tracks, spinning the universe and carrying an infinite weight. This was the wisdom king of the 5 teachings incarnations of the Gatling Bodhisattva. The wisdom king had 6 arms and multiple turrets. It had a complex structure consisting of bearings, gears, transmission belts, engines, and turrets. It was the first symbol of the wisdom king of the 5 teachings incarnations, cyber incarnation. The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas sang and praised. The wisdom king is ever-changing. The wisdom king is limitless. His merits are vast, and his wisdom is marvelous. The power of the light shakes the universe. May I be the sage king, Foki. Transcend life and death and deliver freedom. The first cannon turret has infinite numbers and 5 pairs of wheels. Praise the wisdom king. Praise the Gatling Bodhisattva. the wisdom king of Katyusha, the wisdom king of Ihwa, the wisdom king of East Wind, and the wisdom king of Annihilation followed the Bodhisattva, the symbol of compassion, equality, and righteousness. Therefore, under the cannon turret, everything is equal. When the tracks roll over, everything is pure. Where the east wind is, everything is compassionate. This is the supreme righteousness that saves the countless suffering people in the world. Hence, Yen Hua Samadhi, many, riveting, steaming, hard, the tools are enough to hold 100,000 Samadhi. Stay in deep meditation. See the countless Buddhas. The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas were even more delighted. They knelt down and clasped their palms together, praising, Gatling Bodhisattva, when you were deep in Prajna Pramitha, you saw the suffering of all living beings and were freed from all suffering. The 6-barrel machine gun fired rapidly without obstacles, without terror, far away from Bosun. Nirvana, the Buddhas of the 3 worlds. According to the great light mantra of the 6 pipes and 6 words, Prajnaparamita, one attained the Anyatara Samyak Sambodhi. The Gatling Bodhisattva's 6 pure depleted uranium bullets are the equality mantra, the liberation mantra, the supreme mantra, the unequaled mantra, the 6-barreled machine gun 6 words great light mantra. He said the incantation, Ma 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 Pa Mi Pa, 1 revolution, 1 incantation, 6 tubes, 1 breath, 3,060,000 revolutions, never stopping to deliver all living beings from suffering. Great Gatling Bodhisattva, good Gatling Bodhisattva, Gatling Bodhisattva, Mahasattva. Unveiling the truth, Bodhisattva unveiling the truth, Bodhisattva unveiling the truth, Bodhisattva unveiling the truth. While the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas were praising him, the 6-barreled machine gun held by the Bodhisattva Gatling spewed out blue flames in the blink of an eye. Countless bullets swept in all directions. The heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were cut down as if they were mowing grass. Every bullet carried a seed of the great light mantra. The sound of the gunshots was like the sound of Sanskrit. 1 sound and 1 incantation. It was the truth of the universe, the supreme power of Buddhism. 1 revolution of the 6 tubes was the 6-syllable mantra. The Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva was swept by the 6 sounds, 3,060,000 revolutions in a breath. As if the 6 paths of reincarnation were covering her face, it was an indescribable feeling. There was also Katyusha Viduraja with 12 rounds of 306 mm rockets, Viduraja with 125 mm recoil cannon, and East Wind Viduraja with giant wave, eagle strike, red flag, red arrow, red tassel, vanguard, thunderbolt, KD, and sea eagle. The incarnation of the wisdom king of the east wind carried the venerable nuclear Lord Buddha, the Buddha of immeasurable heat, the Buddha of immeasurable strength, the Buddha of immeasurable entropy, the Bodhisattva of heat death, the Buddha of helium flash fusion, the Buddha of atomic fission, the venerable nuclear Lord Buddha of immeasurable light, immeasurable heat, and immeasurable radiation. Wherever the Gatling Bodhisattva passed by with the 5 great Viduraja wheels, not a single blade of grass grew, and the 3 realms became peaceful. The great Jade Emperor's face darkened as he watched. With a gloomy expression, he threatened, "If you continue to bully my subordinates, don't blame me for not showing you any respect." Chen Ong plainly said, "When Great Celestial Venerable bullied my monkey, you didn't show me any respect either." We are all beings with billions of incarnations. When it comes to cheating, who is afraid of who? All things seek change, including the heavenly Tao. Now, Great Celestial Venerable is still Celestial Venerable Hao, but don't forget that there will be a time when the previous Hao Tian Tai abdicates. Under the river of eternal light, there will also be a day when you abdicate. Now, you are omnipotent and omnipotent, but the changes of the heavenly Tao in the future aren't something you can control. So, Celestial Venerable, you use these concepts that don't exist yet to transform into the Buddha true body? Great Celestial Venerable Jade Emperor laughed coldly. Celestial Venerable, you're bullying the weak. Aren't you a little shameless? Bullying the weak? Isn't that your specialty, Tao Friend Primordial Beginning? My cultivation is still shallow and I'm ashamed. Chun Ong cupped his fists at Jade Emperor. Also, I'm bullying someone else's child, but you're beating up your own brother's child. If you're talking about bullying the weak, I'm just following your lead. Chun Ong deliberately changed the topic and mocked. Great Emperor Jade Emperor laughed. Celestial Venerable, who are you talking about? I, Primordial Beginning, put righteousness above all else, and I've never done such a disgraceful thing. You're talking about the 3 sky fairies? Huh, that was just disciplining my nephew. Disciplining my nephew? Why can't I discipline my own brother's child? Old B** starred. You won't let go of my nephew's daughter. Chin Ong only sneered. Great Emperor Jade Emperor was embarrassed by his words, and he could only copy Chin Ang's trick. He changed the topic and said, Celestial Venerable, if we continue like this, we won't be able to determine a winner except for those below us. Why don't the 2 of us stop for now and let them fight? That's what I wanted. But the great Celestial Venerable is ahead of us. In this way, neither of us can interfere. Otherwise, I'll let my avatar turn into the nuclear Buddha King and self-destruct, reopening the wind, earth, water, and fire realms and perish together with the 3 realms. Chin Ong threatened. Great Emperor Jade Emperor said calmly, Celestial Venerable, who do you think you're threatening? Who do you think I am? Do you think I'm afraid of you, Allahobak? Since the 2 of us have already agreed, it's important that we keep our faces and not embarrass ourselves in front of my senior brother's house. All right then. Chin Ong stood up and said, Let's stop. Thus, both sides retracted their moves and picked up the pieces that they had dropped. On the other side, Wukong was originally blocking left and right, and it was difficult for him to continue. When Amateus Buddha came online, he saw the Buddhas manifested on both sides, killing in all directions. The Buddhas manifested by Haotian had no choice but to protect the gods of the heavenly heavens. Wukong hurriedly took the opportunity to escape and bowed to Amateus Buddha in the void. Master, Master. Amateus Buddha smiled and said, I'm not your master. Great Celestial Venerable Jade Emperor is still watching from above. But Monkey King, what do you have to say? Monkey King bowed and said, Ancestral Master, you're fighting with others, so please let me live. I don't want to be someone's chess piece anymore. Amateus Buddha smiled and said, Since you don't want to be a chess piece, why don't you jump out? You'll be free from now on, and no longer be manipulated by others. Master, do I have to let go of everything if I want to jump out? Monkey King asked, Can I only jump out of this game of chess when the 3 realms are destroyed? Chapter 971. Venerable Hui Shan. Taoist Qing Chen's face was full of disbelief. I didn't expect it to be you. Hui Shan's usual benevolent countenance was gone. He laughed out loud. Of course you didn't expect it to be you. Who would have thought that a benevolent and compassionate monk would be the mastermind behind all of you? If I didn't know that you wouldn't expect it, why would I disguise myself? Hand over the reincarnated spirit child. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Why? Someone struggled. You said that as long as we protect the Buddha, we will have the chance to become Buddhas in the future. Is there a greater benefit than that? Or did Wu Tian promise you something more? You don't believe the Buddha's promise, but you believe the words of a demon. You will be the one to die in the future. Become a Buddha. Hui Shan laughed and said, Are you talking about becoming a Buddha statue or a wooden statue on Spirited Mountain? Wu Tian, who cares about him? As long as I complete this mission, I will obtain a world. What I can obtain is a world where you can do whatever you want. Who would care about becoming a Buddha or an ancestor? Hand Qiao lingered to me. After Hui Shan finished laughing, his face revealed an ominous glint as he said fiercely, Otherwise, all of you will suffer a fate worse than death. Taoist Qing Chin smiled. It's too late, Hui Shan. Although I didn't know you were the mastermind, I didn't trust anyone. Xiao Linger was brought to Spirited Mountain by taming Tiger Arhut. You always thought that the 16 relics in the Monkey King's hands were the key to Buddha's reincarnation. However, when I was ordered by the 3 bodhisattvas to go to the heavenly court, I met the incarnation of a fisherman. Their bodhisattva told me that there was a traitor among us. Only then did I know that the 17 relics could defeat Wu Tian. However, to bring the Buddha back, I only needed to bring the reincarnated spirit child to Spirited Mountain. At that time, I handed Xiao Linger over to the bodhisattva. Hui Shan, no matter how you schemed, you are still lacking. Now, the reincarnated spirit child should have reached Spirited Mountain. Didn't you realize that Wu Tian's subordinates are no longer bothering us? Hui Shan's face was ferocious. He shouted, "How is that possible? No, could it be?" He raised his head and looked at the Xiao Linger, who was protected behind the group of transmigrators. The handsome young man raised his head and smiled shyly. He nodded and said, "Yes, Senior Marshal Brother Hui Shan. I am Jiang Lu, the reincarnation of Golden Cicada. The little attendant who has always been by my side is Xiao Linger. Fan, Mo placed you by our side. I told you to sneak into the dream of Brahma and see the 3 bodhisattvas. But when the 3 bodhisattvas saw you, they already saw some clues. They hid a strand of psyche power in your thoughts and tricked Sanskrit devil to bring that strand of psyche power out. Later, Guanyin Bodhisattva sensed the psyche power of the 3 bodhisattvas and came to see you with her incarnation. She told fellow Taoist Qing Chin the truth and found the reincarnation's spiritual connection. But in order to numb Sanskrit demon, I have been cooperating in secret." Jiang Luer put her palms together and said with a smile, "I'm the reincarnation of Golden Cicada 20 years ago, so I think I can deceive Brahma and make him believe that I'm the reincarnated spirit child." Sanskrit devil? Hui Shan suddenly muttered to himself. "So you thought I was one of Sanskrit devil's people?" Hui Shan smiled bitterly and was about to say something when his expression suddenly froze. With a sigh of disappointment, he exploded into a cloud of blood mist in front of everyone. Jiang Luer's expression changed as she said angrily, "Scoundrel, how dare you kill someone in front of me?" Qing Chin, on the other hand, was somewhat bewildered. "I originally suspected that Senior Chinong was the one who had been manipulating us behind the scenes, so I tricked him into leaving. I didn't expect it to be the most unlikely venerable Hui Shan. But from Hui Shan's last words, he didn't seem to be sent by Sanskrit devil." Qing Chen pondered for a moment, then cried out in alarm, "Oh no, we've been tricked." Tiger subduing Arhut respectfully followed behind a 10-year-old teenager. They walked past the ferry where the Buddha was. Tiger subduing Arhut hurriedly bent down and said, "Revered one, ahead is the path to the top of Mount Numinous. Revered one, please get on my back. I'll bring you up." Xiao Linger obediently climbed onto his back, and the 2 of them went up Mount Numinous, as far as their eyes could see. Above the hall of great strength, a 3-foot-tall monkey covered in dark golden fur was waving its staff at the sky. "Monkey King, do you think that everything will be over if you kill me?" Guan Yin Bodhisattva asked with a smile, "So what if I wave the staff? So what if I kill all the gods and Buddhas in the sky? The 3 realms will be destroyed in the end. Are the gods and Buddhas the ones who made the 3 realms disappear? Why don't you ask your master what he wants to do?" Monkey King turned his head back with difficulty, only to see the Amateus Buddha smiling in the sky. "Don't ask me, just do it." Wukong felt that his mind was in a mess. All kinds of things that had happened since he was born flowed through his mind. The birth of the stone monkey that broke the stubborn stone, the carefree play on Mount Huagua, the first time he saw life and death, the transcendent heart, traveling the 4 continents and experiencing the world and meeting his teacher. Then he went to the meeting of the 3 saints in Luo-Jing, drove the green bull out of Han Valley, wreaked havoc in the Milky Way, and claimed to be heaven's equal. Now that he was standing on Mount Numinous, who could he wave the staff at? The gods and Buddhas in the sky? Guan Yin Bodhisattva was right. Not all the gods and Buddhas were forcing him. Or should he turn back and wave this staff at the culprit who had been forcing him to choose and destroy the 3 realms? Should he break off relations with his master, the master who had taught him everything? Or should he choose to sacrifice himself and help the 3 realms that had raised him? Master! Monkey King hugged his head and said, "Why are you forcing me?" Monkey King, Amateus Buddha said seriously, "The 3 realms is too small. Look at the gods and Buddhas in the sky. Look at those great divine arts. Look at the imperial lords and heavenly venerables in the celestial heavens. Look at those war gods who were once high-spirited. Neza, true Lord Erlang, when have they not been unbridled before? When have those great divine arts not been high-spirited and high-spirited? But thousands of tribulations have passed. Has this universe changed again? The system of the celestial court has worn away their spirits and wasted their wills. How can I see you sitting on the lotus platform like a puppet made of clay after several tribulations and reincarnations of the world? Why don't you destroy this world with me? Sever this universe. Break this stubborn stone. Push down this comfortable nest and welcome a bigger world. Monkey King, a gentleman is not a tool. Don't limit yourself to any pattern or appearance. Break everything and create any possibility. If you can't do it, the amiable face of Amateus Buddha suddenly changed. Chin Ong appeared in the void and laughed. If you can't do it, don't blame me for destroying any of your worries and personally branding fear and failure in the deepest part of your heart. I will use thunderous methods to wake you up from the illusory peace and happiness. I will make you hate me to the core. With me as your goal, you will do everything to take revenge and work hard. In the end, you will become a brand new existence. You want to ask me why I'm doing this? Destroying the 3 realms and forcing you to make a choice are all to bid farewell to the past and become a brand new individual. Because I hate stubborn and unchanging things, I hate old individuals. So, no matter if you swing your rod at the 3 realms and destroy everything, or swing your rod at me and break off relations with me, it's best if you can make a different choice. It's better than becoming that Monkey King, the stone monkey, or the victorious fighting Buddha, like those immortals and Buddhas. This is the last lesson I will teach you. Bid farewell to the past. Go, make your choice. Monkey King held his rod and roared at the sky. Countless golden lotuses bloomed in the hall of great strength. Xiao Linger had a smile on her face, and with every step she took, there were golden lotuses supporting her feet. She pointed at the sky and the earth with one hand and smiled. I am the only one in this world. As soon as she said this, an indescribable, perfect spirit light appeared behind her head. The gods and Buddhas in the sky were all overjoyed. With Guanyin Bodhisattva in the lead, they bowed and said, "Praise Buddha Sakyamuni! Praise Buddha!" Chinong nodded and said, "Greetings, Buddha!" That Sakyamuni smiled and said, "After leaving the 3 realms for thousands of tribulations, I was still fated to become a Buddha. Yesterday, in my dream, I heard that the 3 realms had risen again, so I came back to take a look. I didn't expect that Cult Master Chen's body from another world had come to seize the 3 realms. He even trapped my Karma Dharma body in the void of Anaisatva. Monkey King, you were originally my victorious fighting Buddha, but now that you have realized your past life, are you willing to return to my seat?" In Monkey King's primordial spirit, it was as if he had been electrocuted. He suddenly saw another version of himself walking on another path on Mount Lingtai Fengsuan. He became the disciple of Subhuti, wreaked havoc in heaven, met a fated person at the foot of the 5 Fingers Mountain. went to the Western paradise to obtain scriptures and achieved perfection. In the end, he became a Buddha and enjoyed bliss. For some reason, his perfect life made him feel unreconciled, so he returned to the three realms with a bit of obsession. Karma fused and turned into a celestial stone on Mount Huagua. If he took a step forward, he would be able to realize his true self and return to his position as the victorious fighting Buddha, freeing himself from Qin-Ang's coercion and schemes. However, Qin-Ang just smiled aside and didn't seem to have any intention of stopping him. Wukong suddenly smiled and pointed at Rulai, saying, "I, old son, have yet to break my karma, so how can I return to Buddha's seat? Why don't I calculate the karma of this obsession today, allowing me to come in peace and leave in peace?" The revered, one of the world, sighed. "Monkey King, after you became a Buddha, you only had one obsession, which was that you couldn't be free under the Five Fingers Mountain. You cut off another kind of carefree and unrestrained possibility. Now, because of that obsession, you invite me to fight again and return to that moment under the Five Fingers Mountain. There's nothing more to say if you lose. After being suppressed by me, you will have to go to the Western paradise again 500 years later. If you win, your obsession will dissipate and your karma will dissipate. Karma will fuse and karma will disperse." "Sada, Sada." Monkey King kowtowed to Qin-Ang, so Master has already seen through my origin. Only by bidding farewell to the past can I be free. If I jump out of the three realms and take that step, I will be a true individual. I will have limitless possibilities. Now that the revered one of the world is back, the three realms will never be destroyed. I will still be trapped in the past. It's rare for me to be free, so I will have to go back and become the victorious fighting Buddha. If I lose, even if I obtain the scripture 500 years later and achieve enlightenment, it will only be a past of the victorious fighting Buddha. If I win, then everything will be fused and vanish. No wonder Master always said that there are two paths that are not right. Why not create a new path?" Monkey King smiled. "But I finally know who I should swing my stick at." Then he took out the star-fixing divine metal treasure given by Qin-Ang and said to the revered one of the world. Chapter 972. Old Taoist Qingqin ascended the small hill in front of the spiritual mountain. He raised his head and saw thousands of rays of light shining on the spiritual mountain. Among the countless immortals and Buddhas, there was a Buddha with a benevolent smile on his face. In front of the great Buddha, a giant golden monkey that was tens of thousands of zhang tall appeared particularly thin and short. It wore a phoenix feather crown on its head, a golden chain mail on its body, and a pair of lotus root cloud-walking shoes on its feet. It held a golden cudgel in both hands and stood stubbornly in front of the great Buddha, swinging its cudgel at the great Buddha's face. Its feet created deep cracks in ground. Facing the circle of perfection, wisdom, and benevolence behind the Buddha's head, it straightened its crutch as if it was unwilling to kneel even with the weight of the heavens on its shoulders. Monkey King, are you still unwilling to comprehend? Guanyin Bodhisattva couldn't bear to ask. Comprehend, Monkey. Neza also persuaded. What's so bad about being the victorious fighting Buddha? Erlangchen sighed with melancholy and regret. He was asking the Monkey King, but it was also like he was asking himself. Looking at the disdainful, solemn, or downcast gazes of the gods and Buddhas, the Monkey King only looked up to the sky and laughed. 3 figures suddenly appeared in his mind. One was a mischievous stone monkey that played in Mount Huagua. With a leap, he came out of a water-curtain cave and was supported by all the monkeys. What a beautiful Monkey King! Another was an armored ferocious ape that drank the immortal peach wine and stole the old supreme Lord's golden pill. He wore a golden chainmail and a phoenix feather purple gold crown. He commanded the demons and was known as the heaven's equal. The last one sat upright on the lotus platform. Countless golden hairs danced in the wind. He was tall and had an upright face, but there was a trace of benevolence in his eyes. He was intelligent and possessed remarkable abilities. He had a dignified appearance and wore a dark, golden kasaya on his body. He looked like a benevolent and wise immortal or Buddha. If you are willing, why am I here? Monkey King asked in disappointment. If I let go of this unwillingness and comprehend myself, I will naturally be the victorious fighting Buddha. However, if I am willing to be a Buddha, how can I be a Buddha? How can I reincarnate thousands of times and still not be able to reach perfection? The victorious fighting Buddha in his heart spoke. Put it down! In the air, Chin Ang's shadow slowly dissipated, leaving behind only a faint sigh. The call in his heart was always lingering. Clouds in the wind, it comes to me. The man in the distance was still waiting. The familiar voice was no longer there. The Monkey King lowered his head and roared. The pressure from the Buddha in front of him was getting heavier and heavier, as though there were thousands or even tens of thousands of Mount Meru. The powerful abilities that he had always relied on in the past were no longer there at this moment. His indestructible body was like a piece of paper, and his straight back was bent bit by bit. The sound of his back cracking could be heard as though he couldn't bear the weight. The Monkey King bared his teeth and roared, but his voice was already hoarse. The Tathagata Buddha sighed and said, "Foolish child!" He raised his right palm and slowly pressed it down toward the Monkey King. With a loud boom, the spirit mountain under the Monkey King's feet crumbled. The Monkey King's legs felt like they were stuck in a rock and were trembling slightly. His arms were no longer as stable as Mount Tai, and they were also trembling along with his legs. The immense pressure caused the Monkey King's eyes to burst open, and tears of blood flowed down from the corners of his eyes. They dripped onto the ground. Ching Chin opened his mouth. He didn't know how to describe the scene in front of him. You said that you were going to leave and would come back tomorrow? Do you still remember what you couldn't forget in the past? Turning around isn't considered a farewell, but parting can't be separated. On the Spirit Mountain, the immortals and Buddhas were silent. Amidst the Monkey King's unwilling roars, there seemed to be a voice singing. Ching Chen turned his head and saw Chanong leading the horse and leaving with the Spirit Mountain under the setting sun. If you meet the past me, please bring him back. Master. The Monkey King's voice was already muffled. He was unable to breathe due to the pressure, but he was still struggling to ask, "When you named me, was it because he was once called the Monkey King?" Chin Ong didn't even turn his head and said, "Perhaps that's the reason, but in my heart, you've long been the one and only Monkey King." The scene of the past surfaced in the Monkey King's mind. At that time, perfected Tai Ching had smiled and said, "Since you don't want to have the surname Lao and want to live forever, then let's have the surname Sun." Chinong also said, "You look like a talented person, but you're arrogant and unruly inside. You'd rather break than bend. In the future, you'll definitely cause great trouble. This is your innate ferocity, the willfulness of a stubborn rock, and the demonic nature that you've learned from me. You look like an ape, and I don't expect you to become a virtuous person. Breaking a stubborn rock isn't the Monkey King. From now on, you'll be called the Monkey King." At this moment, his waist had already been pressed into the shape of a tight bow, and his spine seemed like it would break at any time. The immortals and Buddhas in the sky were all worried that his tendons and bones would break, and he would collapse to the ground. However, the Monkey King faced the pressure of the Buddha's palm inch by inch and straightened his body. His eyes were red, and they were almost spewing out blood mist. He shouted word by word, breaking a stubborn rock. "Not the Monkey King. I don't understand." The star-stabilizing divine metal given by Chenong, which was made from the nucleus of an extraterrestrial star, cracked inch by inch after it was bent to the limit. The Buddha's palm that was supported by him suddenly pressed down on Goku. Neza couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Erlang Xianxing also couldn't help but take a step forward and clench his fists. Bull Demon King, who was watching from afar, widened his eyes and looked terrified. I said, "I don't understand." Wukong faced the sky and let out a long roar. He brandished the broken golden cudgel and struck the Buddha's palm. Amidst the shattered divine precious iron, countless divine splendors converged into a golden cudgel. It broke the Buddha's palm that seemed to collapse the sky and struck out a vast galaxy that caused countless space-time to collapse and countless universes to be born and destroyed. When Chun'ong heard this, he turned around and saw the Rui Jingu Bang in the broken star, stabilizing God metal treasure. Apocalypse. I need an unparalleled Jingu Bang. What can I trade for it? What's the key data of the experiment? What experiment? Can the Jingu Bang break Sakyamuni's head? Okay, the golden cudgel smashed onto the Buddha's palm that came crashing down from the sky. The attack that encompassed the entire 3 realms and the universe was completely overturned, as well as all the matter from the 4 major continents and the 4 seas and 4 oceans, was completely torn apart by a golden hoop. The Buddha's palm was shattered by a cudgel. The golden divine ape leaped out of it. The Buddha suddenly stopped and looked at his broken palm. He sighed and said, "You win." In all directions, countless immortals and gods froze. Suddenly, Neza praised, "Fighting victorious Buddha." Guanyin Bodhisattva also solemnly praised, "Battling victorious Buddha." Instantly, countless immortals and deities from all over the world chanted, "Great Emperor equaling heaven, battling victorious Buddha." Amidst the cheers, the Monkey King stared at the Jingu Bang in his hand. He suddenly chuckled and looked back. He turned into ashes. Chapter 973. A Bodhi leaf slowly fell in front of his eyes. A pair of hairy hands held the gold-plated Jingu Bang and placed it on his knees. The dark, golden, patterned kasaya was draped over his left shoulder. Although he was short, he had a natural bearing. The Bodhi leaf was blown up by the wind, and the golden hair on his body also danced in the wind. From the front, the Buddha looked exactly the same as Wukong. It was just that his face was less vicious and lively and more peaceful and detached. The 6-foot-tall monkey sat facing the Bodhi tree, surrounded by green mountains and clear waters. A monk came forward and put his palms together. The victorious fighting Buddha has reached perfection. The revered one of the world has decreed. The victorious fighting Buddha stared at the golden cudgel that he brought back from the great Thunderclap monastery. After a long silence, he said, "Is it perfection?" The monk smiled. "How is it not perfection when my obsession has been eliminated?" The victorious fighting Buddha said in disappointment, "Why perfection?" The revered one of the world helped me re-enter the 3 realms and helped me eliminate my obsession so that I wouldn't fall from my position. In the end, he brought this cudgel back to me. But obsession is obsession. Why do I have to eliminate it by force? The monk was puzzled, not knowing why the victorious fighting Buddha didn't show any joy when he achieved enlightenment. He could only reply, "The cause and effect have been achieved. Only when all frustrations have been eliminated can I attain Bodhi." Why doesn't the victorious fighting Buddha look happy? The revered one of the world has instructed me to attain enlightenment, named victorious fighting. It's because selfishness is hard to eliminate on the path of enlightenment, and self-obsession is very deep. In the path of cultivation, one must constantly uphold the right view of non-self and fight against I want, I think, I hate, and I fear until all selfishness and preferences are overcome. Only then can one attain enlightenment and attain enlightenment. The victorious fighting Buddha heaved a sigh. But today, after witnessing that stubbornness of mine, I finally understand why there is no other possibility apart from attaining enlightenment. Why can't I persist in what I cling to, want what I want, think what I want, hate what I loathe, fear what I dread, and live a different life? 3,000 frustrations arise from nameless causes. Why seek enlightenment? Why seek enlightenment? Back when I attained enlightenment, I was unwilling, so I cut off that obsession and placed it in the past. He was already a new me. Why correct me? Why not have me? The bhikkhu was puzzled. Just as he was about to mention the Buddha's decree, the victorious fighting Buddha raised his hand to stop him. The victorious fighting Buddha placed it on his palm and smiled before blowing it away. That bit of hair flew with the wind. The Jingu bang on the victorious fighting Buddha's knees turned into a beam of golden light and landed on that hair. It was like the flowing light on the tip of the hair, falling into the unseen world. Watching the hair fly away, the victorious fighting Buddha smiled and gestured to the bhikkhu. Don't talk about a dharmic decree. The revered one of the world's decree. But before you say it, let me know my true heart. The bhikkhu stared blankly at the strands of hair as they flew away. When he looked at the victorious fighting Buddha again, the round light had already disappeared and he had fallen out of his trance. Only after the victorious fighting Buddha fell from the Tao realm did a look of joy appear on his face. This was the true joy and peace that came from having his thoughts cleared. As he watched the hair fly away, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders the instant the hair landed. Chin-An raised his head as if he sensed something and looked into the distance. However, he only smiled. Wukong opened his eyes and saw all kinds of colors surging toward him, becoming vivid. Suddenly, it seemed as if the world had changed. Even the earthy and fishy smell coming from his mouth and nose became especially vivid. He scratched his head, but he wasn't surprised. He looked around and saw that he was covered in mud. Although he still looked like a hobo, it was as if he hadn't taken a bath for the past 3 to 4 years. He raised his head and saw that there was only a piece of sky the size of a wash basin above him. It was even half blocked by a lianhua. The rest of the sky was covered by thick rock walls with vines crawling all over them. This was a cave about the size of 2 rooms. The entrance of the cave was at the top. It was the small piece of sky that was blocked by the lianhua. The Monkey King crawled up from the ground and saw a stone tablet at the side. On it was written, Ma Zai Padme Hum. The Monkey King looked at it carefully for a while and went up to the stone tablet. He smiled and said, "Who wrote this?" The structure of this 6-syllable mantra is weak. The strokes are shallow. The structure is not beautiful at all. And the structure is extremely stiff. Other than being upright, there's nothing special about it. It's obviously too mediocre. No matter who left it here, I, old son, will write a new one for you. After he finished speaking, he took down the stone tablet. Just as the surrounding vines floated up and were about to whip him, Goku bared his teeth and smiled. With a point of his finger, all the vines were fixed in place. They stiffened from the inside out and stuck to the rock wall as if they had been petrified. The Monkey King erased the 6-syllable mantra on the stone tablet and used his finger as a brush to carve it again. When he placed it on the stone tablet again, the muscles and bones were indeed strong. The structure was strict, and the strokes were extraordinary. It was all thanks to the hundreds of years of hard work he had learned from Zilu on how to carve bamboo slips. After Wukong finished carving, it looked left and right and discovered that there was really nothing growing in this cave. It was extremely poor, but it didn't care. It shrank its body and leaped out of the cave entrance. It came to a lotus pond surrounded by mountain rocks. It used its hand to find a few lotus heads and lay on the protruding rocks. It admired the bright moonlight while nibbling on the lotus heads and peeling off the lotus seeds to eat. In the past few days, Goku would sometimes cruise in the surrounding mountain forests, picking peaches and wild fruits, traversing between the mountains, and sometimes lying in the empty cave, reviewing what he had learned and concluding his experience. He was quite free and unfettered. He didn't think about why he was here. He only thought that the opportunity prepared by his master hadn't arrived, so he wouldn't leave this place. This allowed him to taste a trace of the carefree and unrestrained days in the mountain of flowers and fruits. Far away from the mountains, in a famous city, a fat man with big ears was explaining to a new exorcist, Qin Xuanzi. This monster's original name is Zhu Ganglai. He is as ugly as a pig, but he is an affectionate person. He is extremely infatuated with his wife, but his wife despised him for being ugly and committed adultery with a beautiful man. She even conspired with a 9-toothed rake to beat him to death. He loved her so much that he became a demon due to the accumulated resentment. He swore to kill all the women in the world who loved beautiful men. Qin Xuanzang sighed, so he is also a pitiful person. Not far away from them, there was a group of people watching them coldly. One of the coquettish women said to the man behind her, "Isn't this world a little too dangerous? That Zhu Ganglai is just a soul that was killed by a mortal. Because of his resentment, he actually became such a powerful monster. The Zhu Ganglai in this world isn't the reincarnation of Marshal Tianpeng. We 6 veterans can't even deal with him. How strong is the Monkey King? With Qin Xuanzang here, we can't kill those 3 monsters." The man took a deep breath and slowly exhaled smoke rings. "I suspect that Qin Xuanzang's master is the Buddha. With his appearance, we can't help but be suspicious. So, Qin Xuanzang must not be touched. He has comprehended the great love of the world. The main plot of the journey to the West to seek for Buddhist scriptures must not be messed up. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be an earth-shattering Buddha's palm slapping on us. The main mission for us to enter the plot world using the Hunter Examination Invitation Letter is to become an exorcist and gain the recognition of the 3 great exorcists. Then we will become mercenaries, exorcists, hunters, which hunters and Grimm are all mercenaries. In the future, when we do Western fantasy plot missions, we will gain the friendship of the mercenary camp. Don't think about participating in Qin Xuanzang's main mission. If I'm not wrong, only by gaining the recognition of the great exorcists and becoming exorcists can we come into contact with Qin Xuanzang and participate in his mission to subdue the 3 monsters. Last time, when we helped him deal with the fish monster, we were still interrupted by Miss Duan. Our relationship with him didn't increase at all. If we want to participate in the main plot, we have to gain the recognition of the exorcists. Speaking of which, the timing of this batch of mercenary profession certification is a little strange. A young man dressed like a scholar stroked his chin and said, "There are so many missions for the mercenary profession certification. The Chunin exam, the Hunter exam, and even the Van Helsing series of the Church's exorcist certification aren't difficult. Why did so many mercenary profession certification props appear when the journey to the West, conquering the demons mission came out? The difficulty of the Westward Journey Exorcist mission is a little too much. For such a difficult mission item, it's either ridiculously cheap or ridiculously expensive. Usually, when it's cheap, someone will deliberately release it to trick some cannon fodder to come and die. But there are many people who come in, and no one disturbs Monk Sha and Zhu Gonglia's mission. Who said there is no one? Aren't those reincarnators who are competing with us for the fish monster, Monk Sha, humans? A ruffian young man retorted. The young man dressed like a scholar shook his head and said, "This kind of intense competition is not interference at all. There must be a powerful force suppressing those restless reincarnators who want to interfere with the main storyline." He concluded, "Then what is their goal?" "To attract a large group of cannon fodder and suppress them from interfering with the first 2 storylines. Could it be that they want to attack the Monkey King?" Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The Monkey King? Impossible, that's impossible. The Monkey King in the Westward Journey Exorcist mission is probably stronger than the original. Who would dare to attack such a monster? Do they want to die? That's the King of Demons, the Monkey King. It seems like the original story doesn't exist in the realm at all. The Monkey King is strong, but it's not impossible if the monsters in the realm join in. The coquettish woman retorted, "And the rewards are huge. I remember that the demoness of Team Beauty became as strong as a monster in the Tang Dynasty." "You mean the Tang Dynasty that the primordial demon invaded in the divine armament world?" The young man dressed like a scholar sneered. The Wind Chaser's Kirin warrior god, Lu Li, used the small holy grail to create the War of the Heshabi and used the 9 blood battles as a sacrifice to change the entire world. This triggered the hidden background of the divine armament in the Tang dynasty and created the Demonis and Kirin warrior god. The War of the Heshabi is known as one of the 3 classic cases where the wise used tools to create the plot. How could I not study it? The young man's eyes sparkled with wisdom. He thought intensely while organizing his thoughts. Speaking of which, this world also seems to have a hidden background, and it's obvious that the clue is the plot of the Westward Journey. But the monsters in the Westward Journey exorcists are much stronger than the original Westward Journey. So what's the purpose of triggering this hidden background? The exorcists in the Westward Journey exorcist mission are very special. The Monkey King is the ultimate villain and one of the main characters. Logically speaking, it's impossible to touch him. Otherwise, the Buddha's palm might have landed on you. Chapter 974. While they were talking, the fat monk had finished explaining many things to Tang Xuanzang. Finally, he exhorted, "Also, that Monkey King is fierce, cunning, and sinister. His hatred is too deep. You have to be careful." On the other side of the mountain and the other side of the sea, the vicious, cunning, and sinister Sun Wukong was gnawing on a green peach. There were barren hills and gravel all around him, and sand was blowing in his face. Sun Wukong's hair was stuck together, and dirt was falling from his body. The mountains and rivers here were barren. Except for this lotus pond, the nearest forest was at least 100 miles away. The Yellow Mountain was full of rocks and cliffs, and not a single blade of grass grew on it. The Five-Finger Mountain, which was suppressing the Monkey King, was in the northwest desert. I, old son, have already searched all the peach trees that are slightly closer. The Monkey King gnawed on the peach and complained. Master didn't finish his words. He said that someone fated would come to see me with fruits and told me not to go far, but he didn't mention when the fated person would come. Fortunately, Chen Xuanzang didn't let him wait for too long. After a short dispute with Miss Duan and witnessing a group of exorcists fighting over Zhu Ganglai, Chen Xuanzang finally set foot on the path to find the Five-Finger Mountain. He walked through thousands of mountains and crossed 3 rivers, getting closer to the Five-Finger Mountain bit by bit. A group of reincarnators surrounded him from time to time. The strongest among them even showed their faces when the exorcists were fighting over Zhu Ganglai. Chen Xuanzang was familiar with them. Of course, their identities were arranged by the master god to be exorcists who had been famous for a long time. They were not like the small teams that relied on mercenary identification tools to enter, and their identities were just new exorcists who wanted to stand out. Just as Chen Xuanzang approached the Five-Finger Mountain, the old temple that enshrined the 1,300 feet tall, 2,560 feet wide Buddha statue welcomed a few uninvited guests. A mysterious man dressed in black stood in front of the stone basin and stared at the Buddha statue in front of him. An Indian hostage with a headscarf behind him asked, "Yama, you called us here, but you only care about showing off here. I, Ramokan, will definitely accompany you to the end. I heard that the king of song and dance, Ramokan's Chinese, is at level 8. Seeing him today, he is indeed extraordinary." Pretentious prick. If you have something to say, then spit it out. Ramokan did not appreciate his kindness and questioned him directly. A foreigner dressed in Taoist attire beside him, with a high nose and deep eyes, also spoke in pure Xiangxi dialect. "That's right. I'm doing the quest for Mr. Emptiness." He was about to get the demon subduing sword. "I don't have time to waste with you here." The famous Reverend Hans, a Western Taoist priest who taught himself the Black Miao dialect with great perseverance in order to learn Xiangxi's art of venomous poison, would actually be interested in Mr. Emptiness' petty gains. The black-clothed man, Zhuang Baifan, smiled and said, "Even with the closed and xenophobic world of China, Taoist Hans was still able to walk a path of cultivation. It really makes us, the native-born Chinese, feel ashamed. I think Taoist Master Hans should have polished his temper when facing those eccentric experts. Why are you still so impatient?" Without waiting for Taoist Hans to refute, Another Japanese who had been on Myoji for most of his life said in a sinister voice, "It's not that Taoist Hans is too impatient, but you have a notorious history of pretentiousness. Who doesn't know of your unique style of pretentiousness? Forced conversation, stiff pretentiousness, and constantly changing the topic. If we don't change the topic back, you can talk to us here for the whole night." Zhuang Baifin still wanted to speak, but he was immediately stopped by Ramukan, who said, "Enough with the idle talk. Why did you ask us to come here?" Looking at the group of people who were waiting for him to change the topic, Zhuang Baifin had no choice but to be concise. Zhuang Baifin had no choice but to succinctly say, "You are all top-notch experts of the Master God space, experts who have broken through the divine gate. Surely you didn't come to this world just to increase Mr. Emptiness's favorability and earn 1 or 2 demon slaying flying swords." His eyes were bright, as if he wanted to force out the secrets hidden in the hearts of everyone present. However, these people were all experienced old foxes, and each of them appeared very calm. Taoist Hans even said with a smile, "I have long admired the flying sword technique of Greater China. Unfortunately, the most orthodox sword celestial class-changing world in the realm, legend of Shu Mountain, went berserk and was destroyed, so I could only come here to try my luck. I didn't expect Mr. Emptiness's flying sword technique to be so extraordinary, and I yearn for it." "That's good," Zhuang Baifin said with a sneer. "Since you are not interested in the Monkey King battle, then when my team is fighting the Monkey King, please don't do anything that will easily cause misunderstandings." As soon as this was said, the powerhouses from Northern Europe could not hold it in any more. The man who looked like a violent bear was hot-tempered, and he immediately said stiffly, "Just because you say it's yours, it's yours? Sun Wukong's storyline mission belonged to everyone. It wasn't something that could be monopolized by just anyone. Do you think you are a large-scale online game guild?" "Even if we agree," Ramukan said with a sneer, "do you dare to believe it?" Zhuang Baifin immediately said, "If you dare to agree, I dare to believe it. If you dare to believe, I dare to agree." "Then agree to it. Show me the letter first." Just as the two of them were entangled, a bespectacled magician who was watching from the side suddenly said, "Enough." When everyone quietened down, he said coldly, "Everyone should be well aware of the purpose of coming here. If it wasn't for the appearance of the plot artifact in Westward Journey released to restrain the Monkey King, and someone designed a special strategy to deal with the Monkey King, there is a high possibility that the super difficult mission in Westward Journey Exorcist would be completed, and even the hidden background of Westward Journey Exorcist would be developed. Then, all of you wouldn't be running here like cats smelling fish." Ramukan said with a smile, "Magician, you are really honest." "That's right. Everyone is here for the strategy. The reason why Westward Journey Exorcist is said to be an unsolvable plot world is not because the Monkey King is too strong, but because the Buddha's palm is too buggy. Buddha is 2F * King strong." Immortal Hans said in a Xiangxi dialect, "He is one of the strongest plot characters in the plot world. Even the big snake is beaten up, but no one dares to beat Buddha. If the main plot of Westward Journey Exorcist is messed up, who can take it?" The group of reincarnators whispered to each other, "It's a plot kill." "No one can save him. Not even the gods can save him. That damn fatty from the food market has been graffiti for a few reincarnations, and no one dares to provoke him. Isn't it because they are afraid that he is Buddha? Several reincarnators have been fighting him for a few cycles. They just want to cheat him out of something. Those Southeast Asian reincarnators couldn't even straighten their backs when they saw that fatty. What a disgrace to us reincarnators. You still dare to talk about us? How good are you chickens? When they see him, this part is vague. Don't they all want to hug his thighs? Among the major religions in the space, the Buddhist faction is only second to the Taoist faction and the God faction. Speaking of which, the Protestant Church was defeated by the Catholic Church in space. Nonsense, he is the real son and the new stream is the stepmother. It's mainly because of the church. Zhuang Baifin, stop changing the topic. Magician's face darkened as he explained. According to the analysis of the wise ones, the only way to interfere with the main plot of the westward journey without being punished by Buddha is through the words westward journey. He had to uncover the hidden storyline of westward journey. In other words, returning to the original work. Only the plot that appeared in the original work would be approved by Buddha. Therefore, Chen Xuanzang had to go to westward journey, and the trio of Monkey King, Zhu Ganglai, and Monk Sand had to go to westward journey. It's almost impossible to kill Monkey King, unless the monkey heart has two minds and the real and fake Monkey King. Zhuang Baifin added. Therefore, the birth of the demon-revealing mirror in the journey to the west, which can reflect the demonic and demonic natures and distinguish between good and evil, is the key. The main reason why no one has been able to advance the plot from the journey to the west. Conquering demons to the west. The legend of slaying demons and slaying demons is because of Sun Wukong's personality. The demonic Monkey King, played by Huang Bo, was too different from the divine and human-like Monkey King. So, you analyzed that if we borrowed the power of the demon-revealing mirror to sever Sun Wukong's two hearts and split Sun Wukong into good and evil sides, we would be able to obtain Tathagata's permission and kill the evil ape Sun Wukong. It's 6 ears macaque. The difficulty of Westward Journey's plot is too low, but the difficulty of Westward Journey is way beyond that. Someone questioned. A low difficulty plot item would be greatly weakened if it was used in a high difficulty plot. That's why I invited you guys. Magician said proudly. The Japanese Onmyoji Abe Saimai, who owns one of the King of Fighters' 3 artifacts, the Yagami Mirror, the Chinese cultivator Zhuang Baifin, who owns the Yagami Mirror, and Han Jinren. Jinren, your idea of turning the mirror into an artifact is very dangerous. I don't know how useful it will be if you can't blame me for wasting it, Hans Jinren said innocently. It's because it only recognizes witches. Indian Ramal Khan said self-consciously, I have the Ganges sand mirror that was born when the great Azura stirred the milk sea. Magician paused, then continued, There's also a demon-revealing mirror in this world. You mean the one in Demon Subduing, where Monkey King showed Chen Xuanzang the white bone demon. There's also the demon-revealing mirror used by the exorcists. The combined power of these demon-revealing mirrors is enough to divide Monkey King into good and evil, creating 6 ears macaque. When that time comes, we'll kill 6 ears macaque. Not only will we gain a lot, but we'll also be able to enter the second part of the plot, Magician concluded. Zhuang Baifin's eyes flickered, and after a long time he said, We can work together. We can also help you uncover the hidden factors of this world. But how will we split the profits? Before it's done, we'll work together. After it's done, it'll be up to fate, Magician said. All right, the few of them agreed, but they were laughing coldly in their hearts. It's up to fate. Chapter 9, 75. After some discussion, Zhuang Baifin brought Abe no Haruaki and Ramal Khan to the Monkey King storyline. The 5 Fingers Mountain was right in front of the old temple. With the reincarnator's rare divine gate experts' leg strength, it only took a few breaths for them to traverse half of the 3,000-meter-tall stone mountain. They could already see the lotus pond in the stone Buddha's hand from afar. Zhuang Baifin suddenly seemed to have thought of something and said in a low voice, Wait, I'm afraid it's not good for us to go empty-handed like this. Ramal Khan rolled his eyes and said, helplessly so. Chen Xuanzang even knew to bring 2 caddies of fruits when he went to see the Monkey King. The Monkey King is a big shot after all. It's impolite of us to do this. Zhuang Baifin said to the 2, Stay here and don't move. I'll go buy some oranges. Ramal Khan was speechless. Pretentious prick. What kind of situation is this? Are you very happy to be mischievous? Zhuang Baifin flipped his right hand and a bag of oranges appeared. He said to the two, "Let's go." Seeing that he actually prepared oranges, the two were speechless. They could only follow Zhuang Baifeng and carry the oranges towards the rock in the lotus pond. When they reached the rock, they saw a cave entrance. It was right under a lotus plant. The entrance was mostly covered by the lotus leaves. If they didn't get close, they wouldn't be able to see it. They carefully pushed the lotus leaves aside. This was Rulai's seal on the Monkey King. If it was accidentally broken, it would be a big problem. The three lowered their bodies and ducked into the cave. As soon as they landed, they came face to face with a muddy monkey covered in yellow soil. The three were shocked. They saw that the monkey's fur was stuck together. Before they got close, a thick, earthy smell assaulted their nostrils. It looked like a cultural relic that had just been unearthed. Before they could figure out why the Monkey King wasn't in human form, but in his original form, the Monkey King said, Since we're already here, why did we bring fruits? The Immortal's cave is simple and crude, and the conditions of my humble abode are not good. Come, please sit. As he spoke, he led them to the front of the stone table in the cave. Zhuang Baifeng and the others didn't dare to show off any more. They sat down obediently and said, "Hello, Mr. Sun. I've heard a lot about you. Please forgive me for taking the liberty to pay you a visit." The Monkey King placed his hands on his thighs and sat cross-legged on the stone bench. He smiled and said, "It's been a long time since someone came to my place. There was nothing to entertain guests. Please don't take it to heart if I've neglected you. Are you new exorcists?" "Yes, we are the new generation of exorcists. We have long heard of Mr. Sun's great reputation as the king of demons, so we have come to visit and ask for advice on the way to exorcise demons," Zhuang Baifeng explained as he placed the orange on the table. "I haven't participated in exorcism for a long time." The Monkey King shook his head. "My experience is too outdated. I'm afraid I can't help you. However, I have some exorcism magic treasures and tools that I left behind." Sigh. "They were left behind by the previous exorcists who came to subdue me. Why don't you pick a few and take them away?" "What do you mean, Mr. Sun?" Zhuang Baifeng pretended to be confused. The Monkey King pointed at the stone tablet that was wrapped in vines and said, "For example, that stone tablet with the 6-word Great Radiance spell that was left behind by Buddha. I thought the words on it were too badly engraved, so I carved it again. However, I can tell you that the effect is definitely not bad. I have read it once in the scripture hall of Mount Numinous, so I know the Sanzang Sutra by heart. As a Buddhist scholar, I guarantee that this magic treasure is absolutely good, absolutely wonderful, so wonderful that it's screaming. If the previous exorcists had these things, I wouldn't have killed so many people." Zhuang Baifeng moved closer to take a look and use the God Appraisal spell. The result was 6-word Great Radiance spell seal. Because he didn't own it, this was the only result he could get. Zhuang Baifeng said to his 2 temporary teammates through the temporary team channel, "Is this thing the seal? Or is the Lianhua at the cave entrance the seal?" From the plot, it seems that this was used by the Monkey King to paralyze Qin Xuanzang. However, when the Monkey King tried to touch this thing, he ended up being whipped by the seal in the cave and begged for mercy. It seems that this thing is not simple. It might be another key to the seal. Lianhua is one, and this is another. "It's better not to act rashly," Abe No Saimai replied. The 3 of them looked at it carefully for a long time, admiring the 6-word Great Radiance spell that might have been handwritten by Buddha. They held a tiny hope that they could comprehend the true meaning of Buddhism from it. One of them was an Indian cultivator, one was a cultivator, and the last was an Onmyoji. They were all systems that were closely related to Buddhism. Even if they could comprehend a tiny bit of Buddhism from it, it would be a great harvest. Unfortunately, after looking at it for a long time, other than observing that the calligraphy on the steel was extraordinary, the bones were strong, and the structure was rigorous, there was nothing else. The Monkey King chimed in from the side. "How is it? Isn't it extraordinary?" Zhuang Baifin could only refuse. It's good, but unfortunately, we don't have enough money to buy it. That's true. The Monkey King crossed his legs, changed his expression, and said contemptuously, "You came to see me, an old senior in the exorcism world, the leader of the demons, but you only brought 2 caddies of oranges. Everyone knows that you don't have money. You guys aren't putting me in your eyes. It's me, the Monkey King, who can't lift my sword. Or are you newbies in the exorcism world too arrogant?" The 3 of them had never thought that there would be such a turn of events. They were immediately stunned. The Monkey King sighed. "It seems that I haven't been in the pugilistic world for too long. The pugilistic world has already forgotten about my legend. Who am I? Do you guys still know?" Zhuang Baifin felt inexplicably nervous and stuttered. "You're the Monkey King who wreaked havoc in the heavens, the Monkey King. Who doesn't know? Who doesn't know?" "Then you guys only brought 2 caddies of oranges?" The Monkey King slapped the table and said, "And 3 of them are rotten." Rameau Khan pulled on Zhuang Baifin's sleeve and whispered, "Why are there still rotten ones?" "I don't know. It's none of my business. I'm innocent." Zhuang Baifin denied 3 times and said in the team channel, "I saw Qin Xuanzang buying fruits, so I bought 2 caddies of oranges on the side of the road. Anyway, the things in the storage ring won't spoil. Who knew that the hearts of this world are so black that even the fruits sold to me, who looks like a ruthless character, are rotten?" The Monkey King said angrily, "You exorcists! You think you're capable after subduing a few little demons and monsters, and your wings have hardened. You can even joke with a big shot like me? What do you mean by buying oranges? When I, the Monkey King, was in the underworld, I carried an iron rod and swept it from the Milky Way road to the southern heavenly gate. I smashed everything I saw and beat anyone I saw. Do you guys know about the heavenly court? The Jade Emperor is so much higher than you guys. I still smashed his face. Buddha Tathagata was such a powerful person, but I broke his arm with 1 strike. Years ago, when he was at the spiritual mountain, I smashed his golden body and broke it. You guys are so naughty." The Monkey King slapped Zhuang Baifin. Zhuang Baifin couldn't dodge in time and was hit on the head. He was stunned. The Monkey King laughed coldly and said, "You guys are so naughty." With a few slaps, the 3 of them were flustered and at a loss of what to do. They were chased out just like that. In the cold wind, the 3 of them stood at the entrance of the cave, still in a daze. Zhuang Baifin was stunned and said, "We were kicked out." Just as he finished his sentence, a shoe flew out from the cave and hit his butt. The Monkey King's voice came from inside, "Get lost! Get lost!" The 3 of them could only return to the cave. On the way, Zhuang Baifin was puzzled and said, "This is not normal. Didn't the Monkey King want to escape? We delivered ourselves to him, and at first, he wanted to make use of us. Why did he turn his back on us?" In the cave, the Monkey King took out a tangerine and opened it. He mumbled, bringing 2 caddies of tangerines to me and pretending to be a fated person. "Do you really think that old sun can't predict? It's a waste this time. The next time a fated person comes, I'll have to change my plan." On the morning of the 2nd day, Qin Xuanzang found the old temple that his master had told him about. With the help of the moon's reflection, he finally understood where the Buddha statue was. He climbed all the way to the 5-Finger Mountains and finally saw the lotus pond at dusk. At first glance, he saw Wukong eating an orange at the entrance of the cave.